Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Please stand for the pledge, and if you'd like, remain standing for the invocation. Thank you. We have Pastor Clayton Wilfer from Joy Christian Community Church. Hi.
Hi, good evening. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings you have given us, for the rain that we are receiving. We thank you for this town and for the council leaders of this town. We pray that as they discuss what is best for this town and make decisions, that you guide them in your wisdom. We pray that as difficult topics and conversations are held, they are guided by your grace, compassion, and peace. Guide them in all that they say and do. In Jesus' name, amen.
A roll call, please.
Mayor Dickey.
Here.
Vice Mayor Grzybowski.
Present.
Councilmember Friedel.
Present.
Councilmember McMahon.
Present.
Councilmember Kalavianakis.
Here.
Councilmember Toth.
Present.
Councilmember Skillicorn. Here. I think I missed Vice Mayor Grzybowski, right? Did I say you?
You didn't, but thank you. I'm still here.
Anyone wishing to address the council regarding items listed on the agenda or under call to the public should fill out a request to comment card located in the back of the council chambers and hand it to the town clerk prior to consideration of that agenda item. When your name is called, please approach the podium, speak into the microphone, and state your name for the public record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. It is the policy of the mayor and council to not comment on items brought forth under call to the public. However, staff can be directed to report back to the council at a future date or to schedule items raised for a future council agenda.
Thank you, Linda. We'll start, as always, with our activities, and we're going to start with our town manager, Rachel Goodwin.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As it was mentioned, we are having some rain, and we expect more. It is predicted through the National Weather Service. They're calling for an inch to up to an inch and a half to up to 2 inches potentially in higher elevation areas, which is a lot of rain for us. So I just wanted to offer a few reminders about to our residents as you're heading around town to avoid flooded areas. Don't drive through standing water. Follow any barricades or closures that might be out there. We have a reminder from the National Forest Service that they are also going to be monitoring and potentially closing recreation sites, including the Tonto National Forest and Four Peaks area. Locally, we're asking folks to remember and be mindful to stay off trails, potentially specifically the Overlook Trail, as well as our trails that are accessed through the Adero Canyon Trailhead. Again, they're slippery, it can be unsafe, so we want to make sure that we observe the conditions that are out there. We'll have a number of closures in our parks, including our dog park, and a number of events are likely impacted, including this weekend's Touch a Truck. Lastly, our Fountain Hills Fire Department wanted to remind residents that there are sandbags available at Station 1, and all staff, including public safety, will be on standby all week during the event. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had a few very exciting events in town the last couple of weeks. We had our Fountain Hills Gun Show over last weekend. The Chamber had a wine walk. I was unable to attend the wine walk, but I heard that it was very, very fun. And I also wanted to share that the reason I wasn't able to attend the wine walk was I was at a Restoring National Confidence Summit. Don't worry, I'm not going to get political, but I left this event in Las Vegas, Nevada with so much optimism and so just my heart very full because I met plenty of people that were so passionate about their community, about their county, about their state. And I wanted to take this moment because we did lose someone who was very unapologetically patriotic this morning, Mr. Toby Keith. I looked up to him since I was a very little girl. And because that's someone that we lost today and because of that event, I just wanted to take that moment to encourage everyone here. If you're here, that means you're interested in council, that means you're interested in politics. Find something that you're passionate about, get involved, find your people. It really does make everything a lot more positive when you're with a group of people that are passionate about the same things you are. So if you're not sure where to get involved, I'm sure anyone up on the dais is more than happy to help, but that's all I have to say.
A lot of stuff going on in the past couple of weeks, so I'll try to be brief. The Arizona League of Cities and Towns calls have started again every Monday morning, and those are always very interesting to hear what's going on at the state legislature. I attended the Phoenix East Valley Critical Infrastructure and Transportation meeting. And just last week, we had a Greater Phoenix Economic Council Ambassador event where it was entitled Addressing Housing Supply in the Region. It was an excellent presentation with a panel that included Elliot Pollack, who's one of my favorite people in the state. He was talking about housing prices and how they've increased dramatically over the years and how our income levels have not kept up with the housing increases. Mr. Pollack reminded us that housing density is a tough pill to swallow, but one that we need to swallow because we're in a different world now. Because the housing prices have increased quicker and more drastically than the income levels have. Another great takeaway was one of the mayors on the panel actually said, our workers deserve to live in a city where they work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Several things. I did attend Captain Todd's 40 years. He retired in service here at our Fountain Hills Fire Department, so congratulations to him once again. And we had a couple of anniversary ribbon cuttings. The Fountain Hills Women's Club was 50 years old. The Times newspaper was 50 years old. We attended the State of the Town given by the mayor. And this month is Teen Dating Domestic Violence Month, so we'll be more about that in a little bit because we're going to read a proclamation for that. And then we also had our Pony Express ride into town recently too, so that was kind of exciting. It was the first time in 60 years that they had a female rider with them. Now, she didn't ride into Fountain Hills, but she was with them part of the way. And the mayor, if you'll indulge me, I have a couple of comments I want to make relative to the last council meeting here. There were comments made on this dais that were anything but about bringing this town together. One of our council members inferred that residents are rich white a-holes. That's simply not acceptable on this dais, and I caution people that this is not the place for that kind of rhetoric here on the dais. It's insulting to all of our organizations in this town. We have a lot of volunteers in this town that are considered, I guess, RWA, and it's not bringing the town together. So I wanted to take a second and say that such comments by sitting council members really don't do a lot to bring this town together. So that's all I have on it. Thank you.
Actually, briefly, I would like to remind people that I did not call people RWAs. Rather, I reminded you that that is what your definition of those people are. That's how they refer to us. They refer to us as RWAs. And I didn't use the A word either. All I said was check Urban Dictionary. Thank you.
Oh, boy. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for attending the council meeting. I recently attended a Valley Metro Board meeting, and also we had a grand opening of the light rail Northwest Extension Station, and it is amazing. It's brand new. It's the first station that's above ground by 4 stories. It goes across the 10 freeway, and at night it lights up, and we're going to be able to change those lights to whenever there's a sports team of ours playing, etc., to show up. And the local artists that have decorated that rail station, they are phenomenal. So if you're ever out at the metro area off the 10, please take a ride on the rail. It's really worth it. Also, I did attend the retirement party for Todd's retirement after 40 years of service. It was really nice to honor him and to see his colleagues honor him as well. I've also attended a couple of amazing in-home concerts which are really fabulous. And I attended the mayor's State of the Town. And I want to thank her because I think, excuse me, that was her best State of the Town ever. And also, I have attended the Fire Buffer Zone Committee that has just started up again. And in addition, I'm on the Dementia Friendly Town Committee. We are planning a half-a-day seminar on April 27th that is going to be really, really great. We're going to educate on the dementia friendly. We're going to have a lot of vendors, and it is going to be really a great seminar. So please mark your calendars, and there will be more information about that forthcoming. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Good evening, everybody, and thank you for coming. Fountain Hills is so blessed to have this kind of engagement with its citizenry and its town council meetings. There's so many town councils that have very few people, and I think good governance is the result of people caring about their governments and holding people accountable. And so thank you, everybody, for coming on Cox Channel 11 for live streaming on YouTube. A lot of hits on YouTube, and of course, a full room tonight. I attended also, it's been like 3 weeks since we had a council meeting, 3 legislative updates, and those are on Monday mornings on Zoom. For people that are interested in sober living and detox issues, they discuss SB 1361, represents a crucial initiative to enhance the regulation and oversight of sober living homes to directly address vital concerns relating to public health, safety, and welfare. And so that's on the state level. We're going to get some help from the state, and hopefully that'll be passed. If you do appreciate stricter and fair sober living laws, I would recommend you contact your state legislature. I also attended the Cornerstone Church's 50th celebration. It was a wonderful thing to have somebody in town for 50 years. It was incredible. As the Fountain Hills Times described it, the service included special music, video presentations, food, and fellowship. We had all those, and it was a beautiful thing. I also went to the Republic Services Recycling Facility open house on Gilbert Road and the Beeline Highway. Years ago, we lost the international contracts to dispose of recycled goods, and so they didn't know what to do with them. So companies like Republic Services spent a lot of money to figure out how we can recycle those bottles and cans and everything you throw away and to usable products. It's very environmentally friendly, and thank you, Republic Services, for what you're doing. I also went to 3 ribbon cuttings as well, the Fountain Hills Women's Club, Fountain Hills Independent Times, and the DeGeorge Partners Realty Group. Those are always fun, thanking the Chamber for that. I was also a judge in the Mars Hills Speech and Debate Tournament. Students debated in styles like team policy, the Lincoln Douglas style debate, and parliamentary debates. The students' skills were exceptional. They were dressed sharp and reminded me that this country is in good hands with our youth. Also, town staff and the mayor, we met with ADOG to try to improve our dog park and our parks to be dog-friendly and people-friendly, because as we all know, we love our dogs, our man's best friend, and so we want to make our parks very dog-friendly. And also on that note, we met with some community leaders on revitalizing the community center kitchen to make that a more full service. Jerry was a big part of that, to make that more of a full service kitchen so we could use that and enhance the value of our community center. I also attended the United States Coast Guard Auxiliary Change of Watch. I was one of the speakers at that watch, and Fountain Hills resident Jack Pauley was named the Division 10 Commander, which is quite an honor. And I congratulate Jack as a Fountain Hills citizen for being elected to commander. Just like Jerry and many of us, I went to the post office and had the postal service delivered by horseback, the mail, and that was really fun. And then lastly is I did go to the State of the Town. I won't describe it right now, I won't steal the mayor's thunder, but it was a truly emotional and inspirational speech, and I thank her for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, everyone. So there are quite a few events. I don't want to duplicate too much, but some of my favorites in the last couple of weeks was that Pony Express. It was like half the town was there, and the horses were so friendly, and the people were so friendly. It was great to be part of that. And also the gun show this last weekend was a fabulous opportunity for the town, and it was just absolutely packed, especially Saturday. I mean, there were so many people there that the lines were long, and it was like kind of hard to even shop because it was so popular. I also want to point out that I found my Ephesians 6:11 through 12 pin this morning, so I just want to quickly read that. Put on a full honor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes, for our struggles are not against flesh and blood. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All these things I went to too, so it was 3 weeks, but I will mention Todd Brunin and his 40 years, and congratulations to him and his family for being a captain, rural metro, keeping our community safe for all those years. The recycling center was great, NADOG, and one thing I did that is a little different was the Canadian-Arizona Business Council. I'm part of like this little subgroup, and we used to call it medical tourism, and that was something that we talked about with Fountain Hills. But some of the folks that are more entrenched in it are reassessing that term, so it doesn't adequately describe what it is, but a lot of folks from Canada and other places coming here for medical treatment. So it's the tourism moniker wasn't working as well, so more to come on that. Did a dark sky interview with Vicki Dirksen. It was like a blog thing. Congressman Gallego came and spoke to a few mayors and asked us about infrastructure and water and other needs that we might have. I'll just say about the state of the town, I want to thank Bo, especially everybody that put it together. It was a wonderful morning, the food, fills, and everything, so, and it's available online. The League Executive Committee, which I'm honored to serve on, had A.G. Mays come, and she spoke about what you were mentioning, the sober living home in light of the access fraud, which I think they're really starting to describe that as one of the biggest scandals in the state's history. So there's a lot of help, I think, that will be coming in, and our last item is about legislative stuff, so I think that may be one of those bills we might want to unite and put a stand in. I think it may have already been heard, and you know, if you go to that request to speak thing, it has to be in a committee, so you have to find it at the right moment. So I think we probably end up having to do a letter or something like that, but we'll talk about that. Regional Council, I usually just mention that I go, but there was some news. MAG Region, every year they get an allocation from Federal Highway, and it's a funding formula where it comes through Prop 400, and also there's like a regional competition, and Fountain Hills had put in for some sidewalk infill dollars, which we didn't get on the first run, but then they have this thing called closeouts, which is at the end of the year, so we actually got the $65,000 to help with more of our sidewalk infill, which you know we already got a $2 million grant for that, and then and the town match for the $65,000 is $3,700, so it's really quite good for us. The Regional 911 system is going to be transitioning from the City of Phoenix to a state contract with ADOA, so I'll be asking our captain and our chief if there's any ramifications to us, because you know, from the description, I couldn't really tell if it affects us locally. And last, and this will be the transition here, we had a report from our regional domestic violence, the chair of Jerry's council there, and I let them know that we were going to be presenting this proclamation here tonight. So I'm going to flip the proclamations and hand it over to Jerry so he can do that.
Thank you, Mayor. And also on the town's website, and I think Bo Larson has also put it out on social media as well for the town, some links and information about teen dating violence, which is, since COVID, has really been on the rise. So this Teen Dating Violence Prevention Awareness Month, which is the month of February, I'm going to read this proclamation, and then I will present it at our next meeting in April. Whereas according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, teen dating violence is a serious public health problem that is common among adolescents and young adults ages 10 to 24 and is most prevalent type of youth and violence. And whereas approximately 10% of adolescents across the United States report being the victim of physical dating violence annually, and whereas high school students who witness, experience, and perpetrate physical violence in a dating relationship are more likely to use drugs and alcohol are at a greater risk of suicide and are much more likely to carry patterns of abuse into future relationships. And whereas only 9% of teen victims report seeking help after their victimization experience, and whereas by educating young people about red flags and root causes of violence, building skills for healthy relationships, and changing attitudes that support violence, we recognize that teen dating violence can be prevented, and whereas nearly half of teens who experience dating violence report that incidents of abuse took place in a school building or on school grounds, and whereas it is essential to raise community awareness and provide training for trusted adults in the lives of adolescents so that they may recognize the signs of dating violence and serve as allies for prevention, and whereas the recognition of Teen Dating Violence Awareness Month in February will benefit young people, their families, schools, and communities regardless of socioeconomic status, gender, sexual orientation, ethnicity, and whereas everyone has the right to a safe and healthy relationship and to be free from abuse. Now it is therefore be it resolved that the members of this Town of Fountain Hills Council express our support of February as Teen Dating and Violence Awareness Month, proclaim this day February 6, 2024. So there's a lot of information and links out on the town's website, and again, Bo has taken care of that. So if you know of anybody that's been through this, there's information out there that they can reach out and get some help with that. So we appreciate the town taking the stance on this and the proclamation, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you for your role in that MAG Regional Council and for doing that. We appreciate it. Next, we have another proclamation. This is the recognition of February as Black History Month. I'm going to be presenting this to a couple that are here in Fountain Hills, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about them. Judith and George Goodman are accepting on behalf of the town. The Goodmans share their time here in Fountain Hills and in Mackinac Island in Michigan. Judith Mansfield Goodman, an Eastern Michigan University grad, is a former Assistant Dean of Admissions and Student Services at the University of Michigan Business School. George served 4 years in the military, returned to Ypsilanti, where he was first elected to City Council and served as their mayor for 10 years. Also a graduate of Eastern Michigan University, he served as a U.S. Army officer in Germany for 5 years. He was director of the University of Michigan Opportunity Program and the Michigan Municipal League, like our Arizona League. He and Judith have been married for 61 years, and they have 2 sons, and one of their sons, I think, is Mark, has a master's degree from Tufts and is on the Board of Trustees in Tufts University, Massachusetts, which is my alma mater. So for those, it's a small world connections and many others. I'm happy to present this proclamation to the Goodmans. If you'll meet me down there, I'll read it, and then we'll get a picture. There we go. Whereas Black History Month is an annual opportunity to recognize the central role of African Americans in the history of our state and nation. Whereas Black History Month was officially established in 1976 by President Gerald Ford, who called on the public to, quote, seize the opportunity to honor the too often neglected accomplishments of Black Americans in every area of endeavor throughout our history, and has since been recognized by every U.S. president, governors, and other officials across the country and in the state of Arizona. Whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions of African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, social, and political development. And this year we celebrate African Americans and the arts, which invites us to delve into the rich tapestry of Black artistic expression across music, visual arts, literature, fashion, and more, spanning generations and shaping the very fabric of our nation's identity. And whereas African American artists have enriched our lives with their groundbreaking contributions in diverse fields, from the soulful melodies of jazz and blues to the vibrant strokes of Harlem Renaissance paintings, the powerful narratives of Black literature, and the innovative spirit of contemporary dance and fashion. So now, therefore, I, Mayor Ginny Dickey of the town of Fountain Hills, do hereby recognize and proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month, African Americans and the Arts, and urge all to join in celebrating the contributions of African Americans to our community, our state, and our nation. So thank you very much, and you're going to have to say something, but we'll clap first.
I was going to try to get my wife to say something, but as usual, she says, no, you say it, you say it. Thank you. I'll try to stick with the 3-minute times. Thank you. I just, first, let me say, this reinforces our views about Fountain Hills. We have been living in your community. I say your community because officially Mackinac Island, Michigan is still our community, but now we feel like this is our community also. We've been through a lot in our lives together. We've watched the world change. We've watched communities change. And the thing that seems to me is of importance is that we're all human beings. And when you get right down to it, we have the same feelings about things. We get frustrated when the city council doesn't do what we think they should do. We get frustrated when the state doesn't do what they're supposed to do. We get frustrated when the feds don't do what they're supposed to do. And rather than complaining about it, we have to get involved. I can remember going to council meetings. We'd come into a meeting, and if 5 people showed up, the council would start looking at one another because they would say, uh-oh, there's something going on. And in most instances, that was the case. I am absolutely delighted, and I echo one of the comments that a council member made here. The fact that the community here in Fountain Hills comes to council meetings, you are paying attention. You're keeping an eye on what's going on in this community. We are delighted. Thank you very much, Mayor. We're just thrilled to be here. We're what you call those snowbird people that irritate you. We show up in October and when the temperature gets above a certain degree. So thanks again. Thanks for having us come this evening.
And we're not done with good stuff. Next, we have a presentation. It's our introduction of our student interns, which I think is a new thing for us, isn't it, Rachel?
It is. Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask Bo to come on up. Bo's going to be doing an introduction of the numerous interns we have working in Town Hall this year. They've been learning a lot, and I imagine you're going to highlight all the details. So thanks, Bo.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much. I am here to talk about our student intern program, and we have 4 wonderful ones this year that are gaining valuable real-life experiences and working with us. Brief opportunity to recognize these students and the wonderful job they are doing, though I didn't see them here today. They were invited. We have 2 students from Arizona State University. Alicia Cox is a Parks and Recreation intern. She is majoring in Tourism, Development, and Management at ASU, and her focus here has been event planning and marketing. Bradley McNish is a planning intern, assisting planning staff with both current planning and long-range planning activities. Specifically, he is providing support to the downtown plan project by doing research and data analysis. And he said he was going to be here, but he didn't make it. But Bradley is in the School of Sustainability at Arizona State University. But we're also fortunate to have 2 high school students interning with us this semester. The students are part of the senior internship program developed in collaboration between the Fountain Hills Chamber of Commerce and the Fountain Hills Unified School District. And we do have a couple of members, Betsy and Kristen are here from the Chamber of Commerce. The goal of the program is to help develop and prepare students for their future, allowing them to gain valuable real-world experience with local businesses who are deeply invested in the community. A grant through the Vern C. Johnson Foundation helped make this possible. Beginning this year, all Fountain Hills High School seniors had to complete one of 4 options to fulfill their graduation requirements. The options were an unpaid internship, EVIT, alternative research project, or a job or employment. Through the unpaid internship track, the student had to gain 40 hours of documented internship, as well as provide a presentation at the end of the year. Our 2 high school interns are Ben West, who is the IT intern, and Christopher Town, who is interned with me at Community Relations Department. And he's already been published in the Fountain Hills Times, a couple articles, and he's also going to see several Fountain Hills Insider articles that he's been doing, and he's been doing a great job. But all of our interns have been highly engaged with their departments and assignments, and each have gained valuable work experience for their chosen career paths. And thank you, and if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them for you, or the Chamber of Commerce will.
Any questions or comments from anybody? Hannah? No? Oh, sorry, I thought I saw the light. All right. Well, thank you, Bo, and I'm glad that we were able to participate. I know sometimes you get too busy, you can't take the time to get the help, and we were able to fit that in, and I'm just really appreciate that. Thank you.
It's been fun. Thank you.
I bet. Our next item is our call to the public. We have speaker cards, and Linda, I'll let you, I see you kind of have a few in there.
Okay, so I had one person comment that they wanted to comment in writing. Her name is Sally Lloyd, so I'm going to pass this so you can read this. And then we have 12 comment cards, people who want to request to speak in person. And we're going to do this again. I'll call the next 2 people. One will be on deck. So first we have Liz Gildersleeve, and on deck, Crystal Kavanaugh.
Good evening. Liz Gildersleeve, Fountain Hills resident. I am disappointed at the speed with which 4 of you approved the target rezone allowing for the high-density apartments at the last town council meeting. I watched the entire January meeting, and I did not hear any substantive questions being asked of the developer, nor were any concessions asked of the developer which could have protected the town. I do agree that parts of the target property need revitalization. I don't agree, however, that high-density apartments are the only solution for this prime piece of real estate. For example, did anyone ever consider asking whether condos or townhomes could be built in this space, or placing a deed restriction on the property, turning them into condos at a future date? Regarding the 4-story, high-density, mostly 1-bedroom apartments that the developer wants to build, no one asked or even insisted on any concessions regarding density, height, fewer 1-bedrooms, or more 2- and 3-bedrooms. I think we got a vague, hey, gee, we'll think about it, from the developer, but whatever terms the developer wanted, you readily conceded. Additionally, no one asked the developer about the litigation he's involved in with a local resident who wanted to open a vintage car company in the Target Plaza. Why was a paying tenant turned away? Have others been turned away? Finally, no one asked our own town economic director any tough questions either, in my opinion. For example, what businesses has she specifically contacted or tried to recruit for any of the open spaces at the Target Plaza? One of the few substantive questions was actually asked by Mr. Skillicorn when he asked about meetings with the developer and whether anyone had received any financial benefit from the developer. Given the speed with which this was rammed through the public process, I did not think that question was out of line. all you needed to say was no or ignore them. But for me, watching the very defensive responses from several of you was not only telling but disturbing. It appeared that instead of putting residents first or looking out for residents, as several of you promised during your campaigns, you were more interested in looking out for the developer. This appeared to be a purposely rushed decision in lockstep with the chamber and a contrived and well-planned abuse of the public process with inadequate due diligence. Thank you for your attention.
While Crystal's making her way up, I just wanted to point out that there is 3 call to the public written comments in your packet.
Good evening, Crystal Kavanaugh, voter and resident. This really is a call to the public. Reach out to me if you want to sign the petitions that could put this land rezone for 316 high-density 55-foot apartments and parking structure on the ballot in August so the voters have a voice. And to be clear, this is what I am telling those who choose to sign the petitions. No one is being lied to or fooled, as some of our so-called community leaders are saying. Your signature puts this on the ballot. Your signature is not an up or down vote. We have a very short time period to get a lot of signatures as the only recourse to this council's rushed vote that left a lot of important negotiations on the table and questions unanswered. The public hearing with P&Z was in December, and they voted not to approve it as it was presented. The public hearing for your 4-3 vote was in January. This was done quite quickly, and the public is just now learning about the project and major rezone. And that general plan you like to reference, it talked about revitalizing the Shea corridor. It did not specify a high-density rezone on a valuable piece of land. Your own economic study said industry was the most beneficial. The deed restriction for industrial with Target was pointed out by the attorney. That too could have been negotiated by the developer, just as they did with wanting the apartments. And to say apartments are necessary to save Target, that is an assumption by some with no guarantee. Corporate Target actually made political decisions in the past that affected its bottom line and continues to do so. To be clear, this referendum ballot measure would be added to an existing election cycle, not a costly special election of $40,000 like the school bond. And let's talk ethics. Councilwoman Grzybowski did indeed call us RWAs, even if in a roundabout way to CYA. And then had the nerve to file a complaint against Councilman Skillicorn for his legitimate questions about process. Councilwoman McMahon called me a liar to my face last week at State of the Town, while also trying to stop me from collecting signatures from where I stood. And let's not forget, the mayor ignored Skillicorn's request to table and move to executive, but allowed McMahon to speak and make a motion to vote. Then, of course, there are the many, many social media posts and letters to the editor with ridiculous accusations, particularly to me. From where I stand, the only ones who appear to be getting fooled and lied to seem to be the citizens who trusted you to make fully informed decisions in the best interest of this community. Hopefully, the voters will have a voice on this issue by signing a petition to make that happen. Thank you.
Next, we have Larry Myers, and on deck, Farrell Palace.
Mayor, Council, Larry Myers, resident. I'm standing here this evening, my personal land use choices aside, as one of the citizens who filed for the referendum on the ordinances, voted on January 17th council meeting to deliver facts and to refute that this referendum is about misinformation by our group of citizens. In fact, the misinformation is the information put out by the people who accuse us of misinformation, if you can follow that. No straw men here, starting with those people, riffraff, Section 8s, RWAs. Just let's stick with Ordinance 24-01. What you voted in was 3 basic premises. This town voted to allow a 55-foot high structure with a pad density allowed as written with the designated number of parking spots on 6.7 acres at the west end of Target. Period. End of story. That's what's on 2401. That's what you voted on. It was signed by the mayor, Linda Mendenhall, Rachel Goodwin, and Aaron Aronson. Nowhere in your vote does it tie any of the site plans, renderings, architecture, design, layout that was presented by the $800 an hour lawyer for Sandor, the developer, who, by the way, even stated that all of what they were presenting was preliminary and subject to the rezone vote. Further, none of that pertains to just this developer, but any future developer. After all, Jason Morris stated, quote, "My client is in the shopping center business," unquote. Town P&Z was trying to get this point across and correct it when it made the recommendation to not approve as proposed. One of them actually spoke at the Jan 17th meeting and pointed this out. Unfortunately, you did not listen and thus got taken advantage of. The Asbex article that was trotted out by our town economic development director, with Fountain Hills being hard to work with, will now be rewritten to say, get a smooth, expensive attorney and Fountain Hills will believe anything that's said. As written, 2401 allows a 55-foot high box, as it were. No particular architectural design and enough parking for the designated allotment. Since the design is not tied to the pad through a development agreement, the parking structure can actually be standalone and not wrapped as shown in the drawings. Very pretty drawings, means nothing to the rezone, swallowed hook, line, and sinker by you. Worst of all will be if the citizens are unsuccessful in this referendum process, there is nothing the town can do to correct your mistake as any design is possible. With these facts, I challenge you to deny these facts. All council members should support the referendum wholeheartedly and better hope that we get enough signatures to get it on the ballot and smart citizens in this town can correct the mess that's been made by 2401 as written. Thank you very much.
I just want to point out that council does have opportunity to respond when we're done with call to the public.
I'm Farrell Palace, 21-year resident of Fountain Hills. I'm also an ally of the LGBTQ community. I'm here to address hate speech right here in River City. Recently, Councilmember Alan Skillicorn posted a photo on X of the rainbow flag hanging in a classroom. In the post, he tells parents to homeschool their kids, ostensibly to protect them from indoctrination. As I'm sure you know, non-heterosexual persons are accused of grooming young people to adopt a, quote, gay lifestyle. This post says that the LGBTQ population means to brainwash our children. But the social media post that turned my concern into outrage was a cartoon video posted by Mr. Skillicorn on X. A turkey at Thanksgiving gathering protests that he is not a bird. He experiences himself as human, he says. He is then mocked, laughed at. Fast forward to the final image of the video, the smiling host at the open oven door with the butchered turkey in a roasting pan. This cartoon is directed at transgender people. This cartoon evokes the ovens Nazis used to rid the world of Jewish people. Nazis also killed people suspected of being homosexual. Nazis called Jewish people vermin. and homosexual people were labeled as deviant. Nazis decided who got to live. The cartoon is a dog whistle, encouraging violence against transgender people. We are joined this evening by Fountain Hills residents here in solidarity with the LGBTQ community. We ask the council to take action against council members who spread hate against targeted groups. Thank you.
Next, we have Pam Kapp, and on deck, Beth Culp.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Pam Kapp. My family and I have resided here for 8 years now. Each of the council members took an oath when they were elected to support the Constitution of the United States and the state of Arizona, and the laws of Arizona. Those include Fountain Hills. And it's the council members' responsibility to know what they can and cannot do. Just to refresh this council's memory, on January 18th, 2022, Mayor Dickey issued a proclamation with one community and signed the Unity Pledge. It in part states, we are committed to fostering, cultivating, and preserving a culture of inclusion, fairness, and equality, regardless of age, color, disability, marital status, race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, veteran status, and any other characteristic that makes us unique. It's time to ensure equality for all Arizona employees, residents, consumers, and it's the right thing to do. It's also good for business. Skillicorn reposted the attacks. Skillicorn reposted the attacks hoping to go viral, each time belittling and demeaning residents more and more. Is that the great economic development idea? Does that fix our roads in any way? Skillicorn is promoting Fountain Hills as homophobic. We are already leaning towards racist. Do we really need to add homophobes to the list? In 14 months, Skillicorn has accomplished nothing that impacts our community as a whole in a positive manner. He has only brought negative attention to Fountain Hills, chaos and confusion on this council. He has stalled and dismantled plans that took months to prepare. One last thing, Councilmember Skillicorn refers to those standing up to his blatant disregard and disrespect for rules as bullies, even though he is the one doing the attacking. He seems to believe he is above the law. Does he really need to be reminded of the $88.3 million judgments against a former elected official who thought it was wise to attack, target, and demean private citizens? Skillicorn is a liability for Fountain Hills. The only one wasting tax dollars, taxpayer money, is Alan Skillicorn. We deserve better. We deserve council members that help Fountain Hills not die, but flourish. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, Mayor. My name is Beth Culp. In getting ready for this presentation, I reflected back on one of the first things that kind of surprised me about Councilmember Skillicorn. On his Twitter account, it was a Twitter account then, he described himself as Fountain Hills councilman, and agent of geopolitical chaos. And I thought, oh my, what is that about? Well, now I know. Now I know. The playbook for creating chaos for the purpose of destabilizing communities and governments often begins with targeting a minority group. The focus will be on one minority group, and then on the next, until there are none left. Mr. Skillicorn, like many other self-identified chaos agents, selected members of the transgender community to attack. There are 4 narratives, and they are definitely narratives. You can find them all online that are employed by chaos agents to denigrate and demonize trans people. The first narrative promotes the unsupported claim that trans people are grooming children for sexual exploitation. They are pedophiles. We've seen those posts on Mr. Skillicorn's social media. The second narrative is that gender identity is fake. You mock people because they identify with a gender different than the one that was assigned to them at birth. Those people are called ridiculous and fake. They're mocked in animations and videos like the one we talked about at the last meeting, and I hope you've all taken the opportunity to view. The third narrative claims that trans-inclusive policies like allowing fake girls and women to use restrooms designated for real girls and women will result in sexual assault. Mr. Skillicorn has engaged that narrative as well on his social media. The fourth narrative, also found on Mr. Skillicorn's social media, is that gender-affirming education and counseling is indoctrination, and gender-affirming care is mutilation. Isn't it clear that Mr. Skillicorn's quest to become an agent of geopolitical chaos, or maybe just to advance his political aspirations, has brought him in conflict with the rules of ethics, the ethical code that this town enacted and that he agreed to follow? Mr. Skillicorn has 7 ethics complaints that have been brought against him that are still pending. Do you really need an outside lawyer to sorry. Anyway, that'll be the topic of my next presentation. I might end up being here as often as Ms. Kavanaugh.
Next, we have Kayla Obasan, and if I said your name wrong, please correct me. And then on deck, Reverend David Felton.
Good evening, everyone. Town leadership. I will go through 2 facts and figures first. The FBI warned us that the greatest threat to any town is a lone wolf acting on hate. Number 2, the 2021 census showed that 20 million of the United States population identify as LGBTQ+. End of facts. To that 20 million, add parents, families, and friends of lesbians and gays, PFLAG for short. It can increase that 20 million by 2x or 3x. Me? I have more than 20 people here. We are here. We have lived here. We are voters here. We pay taxes here. This is the first time through many mayors and town councils that we have been a target. This needs to stop. What is the big elephant here in the room? What is our big ask? I respectfully ask and challenge this leadership to evaluate, enable, edit, update our code of ethics, including the oath of office. Give it legal teeth. Give it enforceable sanctions during ethics investigations. Give it clear consequences. Disarm hate so that you do not have to stand in some future date and say, it is too late. By the way, I did not give you my real name because I was already stalked in this town. For my safety, I made sure I did that. Disarm hate rhetoric so that prejudice of any kind, malice, and discrimination towards any group of any kind shall not be a part of public service. You have a chance here, your golden moment for yourselves and your successors. Thank you.
Mayor Dickey, council members, I'm Reverend David Felton from the Fountains United Methodist. As a pastor who is deeply committed to fostering a community that is grounded in love, understanding, and acceptance, I feel compelled to address recent statements made by several council members that have caused distress and concern among our LGBTQ+ neighbors. In the past, Fountain Hills has prided itself on being a welcoming community, embracing individuals from all backgrounds, even going so far as to declaring a Golden Rule Day back in 2021 and aligning itself with One Community's Unity Pledge. Recently, it has been disheartening to witness rhetoric and social media posts from members of this council that seem to intentionally alienate and marginalize members of our town, especially LGBTQ+ neighbors. As a representative of a faith community that seeks to put love first in all that we do, I believe it is crucial for us to reflect on the core principles that unite us. Values like compassion, like empathy, and the Golden Rule. It's my hope that all of us, especially our elected officials, can rise above personal prejudices and divisive language, and in the spirit of the Golden Rule, choose to prioritize respect for one another and treat others the way we all wish to be treated. At the Fountains, our mission is to put love first, and I challenge all of us to do likewise in acknowledging the richness of our differences, the benefits of finding common ground, and creating a community where every resident feels acknowledged, valued, and included. Thank you.
Please, no applause. Appreciate it. Just did it.
Next, we have Betsy Lavoie, and on deck, Kim Bartman.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Betsy Lavoie, Fountain Hills resident. First, I want to thank Bo Larson for sharing the interns, the town interns. That's always exciting, and to giving the Fountain Hills Unified School District and the Chamber a shout out for that workforce intern program that we're so proud of. I'm here tonight because numerous residents have expressed concerns to the Chamber about being misled into signing papers for a referendum on the redevelopment of the Four Peaks Plaza, also known as the Target Plaza. Some residents claim they were given inaccurate information, such as concerns about insufficient water, potential parking issues, and problems with the sanitary district capacity. These statements have been found to be untrue, raising concerns about the integrity of the signature collection process. To address these concerns, we respectfully request, if possible, that you communicate through a town communication that there is a process, a signature withdrawal form available for all residents who felt misled. It's important to clarify the referendum, if successful, could potentially delay the development project for up to almost a year, and in worst case scenario could lead to overturning the elected officials' decision, resulting in the cancellation of the revitalization of the Four Peaks Plaza. Providing residents with this accurate information will help dispel any misinformation and ensure transparency in this crucial decision-making process. Thank you.
Kim Bartman, resident of Fountain Hills. I would just like you to be sure that all council members have gone to fountainhillsaz.gov and look at the rules of procedure from September 6, 2023. On there, you will find what your roles are and what your responsibilities are as council members. First of all, you need to have public confidence. You shall conduct yourselves so as to maintain public confidence in town government and the performance of the public trust. You recognize the responsibility when serving in your official capacity and will practice the following. Engage in constructive conversation, debates, and encourage avoiding personal attacks, derogatory language, making verbal attacks of character from fellow council members, boards, commissions, staff, and the public. Avoid making disparaging remarks about other members, staff, public. Also, sorry, I'm so nervous. Also, you can refer to page 23 and 24 as well, and it talks all about how your role is to support all people in Fountain Hills, no matter what their LGBTQ plus orientation, their religion, all of those things. You need to, I'm a nurse and I take care of all people. And your job is to take care of all citizens and represent all of us. And thank you.
Next, we have Greg Johnson, and on deck, Kim Wolborski.
Good evening. I'm Greg Johnson, obviously. I live in this town. And I want to comment on what occurred at the last town council meeting. And I'll cut to the chase. I don't have any notes. I'm winging this off the top of my head, which is what I normally do. When Councilman Skillicorn asked a very appropriate question, I know he's loud, literally. He doesn't need the microphone when he speaks. I know he's a little blunt. I'm from Connecticut. I'm used to it. We're wedged between New York and Boston, so he doesn't offend me. But when he asked the question, my initial thought was, what does he know and why is he asking? Before I could come up with a coherent thought, all of a sudden I witnessed your version of Torah, 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 attack, attack, attack. And I said, no, that's not right. I said, if you could have, as someone else previously stated, you could have answered the question. Yes, with an explanation, or no. But you just went off on a guy. And the optics of that are very, very bad. Even though I suspect you're innocent, you look guilty. When you act that loudly and you attack somebody like that, what are you hiding? And then the meeting went on, and it was very well behaved, as Mayor Dickey asked. And at the very end of the meeting, somebody had the poise, the maturity, and quite frankly, the intestinal fortitude to stand up and answer that question. That was a 25-year-old, just turned. She could be your daughter. And she answered that question, maybe belatedly, but she answered it. My personal opinion, I think is the opinion of some others I've spoken to, you embarrassed yourself. You washed your dirty linen in public. You should have taken that behind closed doors, executive session, or out in a hallway, versus getting that loud and disruptive, attacking Councilman Skillicorn. Maybe he deserves to be attacked sometimes, but that wasn't one of them. That was not one of them. And I'm not offended by your RWA comment. I'm one of them, but I'll use the word A for American.
Hello, I'm Kim Wolborski, and I'm a Fountain Hills citizen of 4 years and very grateful every day to be here. And what called me to come up and do the call to the public is I just wanted to say how much I love the snowbirds and how welcome you are and how much you add to our town. And I really appreciate all of you. It's so lovely that you're here in the winter to give money to our restaurants and pay your home taxes and all that, and then we get the little town all to ourselves in the summer, and we're so happy to see you when you come back. So that's what made me come up here. And while he's here, though, since I have time, I will mention that Barry and I also have petitions if anyone is intimidated by Crystal and doesn't want to talk to her. I was also concerned about how quickly and how finally this development passed through the town council. And, I've heard some concerns. I've heard concerns, my husband is an ex-firefighter. He's like, that building is too tall for our ladder trucks. I've heard a number of other concerns, and I just think it would be good to slow this down or get another perspective on it. And lastly, I would like to thank Councilmember Skillicorn for sticking to his agenda that he was elected on, which was to work on our roads. And, those are the things that he votes for in this. Oh, wait, not lastly. My very lastly is Councilmember Grusbowski, you can tease me anytime. That's all I got. Thanks.
We did have a late comment card. Will you entertain it? Okay. Ed Stizza.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Town Council, staff, and the residents of Fountain Hills. I'm going to be as short as I can. Most everything was said already regarding the development. It was said well. I mean, I've tried to explain to people from all over the country that have watched all of you, including P&Z, and I can't even answer some of the questions. And some of those questions should have been asked up here, and they weren't. And it has been pushed through fast. And there wasn't any reason other than the developer's interest to push it through the way you guys did. You didn't listen to P&Z at all, nor did you discuss it publicly if you listened to it. And that's a problem. So especially on this type of development and what it could do. At the beginning, nobody was truly against the apartments. Yeah, we've got some great ideas and some things that could be in place of it. But at the same token, you guys created the problem. So somebody's got to take responsibility for that. I mean, these petitions, or I mean, the referendum is happening because of your decision and the way it happened. And why nobody is acknowledging that up there, I can't believe it. I mean, I've watched that meeting 4 and 5 times. I'm one of those that will try to listen to everybody's viewpoint. I really do. And I think this one, you're hearing the right comments. And for you guys to let that lawyer and that developer do what they did to you was unbelievable. And I don't know how it happened. Thank you, Peggy, for voting on, or Councilman McMahon, or Councilperson McMahon. Thank you for voting on the sign, and you also, Alan. I don't think everybody understood what that 22 acres really meant. And to give them the control that you gave them was unbelievable. And I really hope the referendum goes through so that the voting public has a chance to speak up and really look at all the issues regarding this. And I don't know how else to do it. I mean, nobody came up with the right questions. You want better answers, you ask better questions. I didn't hear any of them. P&Z did, and they passed them all along to you guys. None of those were even discussed, at least publicly. And there was no executive session, so for whatever reason, on such a major subject. So why wouldn't you go over, why wouldn't you go over all those in public, all those concerns? So I hope that you're able to take a second look at it. Thank you.
Mayor, we do have one other call to the public that was missed. Tammy Bell.
Good afternoon, Tammy Bell, resident, mayor, vice mayor, and council. In 2011, our town partnered with the Fountain Hills Coalition to create cannabis regulations aligning with our values and proactively protecting our youth. However, in my opinion, these ordinances are not up to date, considering the changing state laws, legalization of marijuana, the increased availability of substances in Fountain Hills. I respectfully request the Town Council to direct staff for renewed collaboration with the coalition and our community to consider necessary changes for substance-related ordinances. This is why I believe it's necessary. Recent data is concerning. Students who took our survey told us they live in 85268, they don't necessarily go to school here, that 35% of them were offered marijuana in the past 30 days of taking this survey. 14% admitted to using marijuana in those past 30 days, indicating a nearly 4% increase from our 2020 data, surpassing the state by 1%. Students tell us that they get marijuana from their friends, from dispensaries, and from their family. Residents are also concerned, as they shared in our survey, 78% are worried about youth using marijuana concentrates, and 76% expressed general concern about youth and marijuana use. They're right to be concerned. Marijuana is not safe in all forms for all people. You were misinformed if you were told otherwise. Science tells us that marijuana poses damaging risks to youth, young adult brain development, and increased accessibility and potency correlates to these dangers. Effects include learning difficulties, coordinating issues, memory loss, fatigue, mood swings, volatile behavior, illegal activities, hallucinations, anxiety, depression, and so much more. If we think this isn't happening in our community, we're wrong. One of my Fountain Hills doctors here shared with me recently that he sees a lot of marijuana use in regard to teens and adolescents that are brought to their facility. The teens, he said, come with cannabis, I'm going to say this wrong, hyperemesis. This is painful, out of control, nausea, vomiting, retching, abdominal pain from marijuana use. There's additional data I'm providing for you regarding the correlation to marijuana and childhood fatalities in Arizona, as well as a correlation to increased teen suicide related to deaths in states with both legalized medicinal and recreational marijuana. All of this data I provide is to highlight a pressing need. It is evident that the town's approach to cannabis and substance-related needs to adapt to our current reality. We can do more. We can be more. We can provide an environment that protects our youth as well as our adults who are vulnerable to substance use disorders with appropriate and thoughtful regulations. Please consider directing the staff to review, research, and update our substance use ordinances in collaboration with the coalition and with its community members. I'm ready to meet with anyone who wants to meet and review that to create ordinances that protect us. Thank you. Because I have data, I just wanted to pass it.
Thank you. There were quite a few comments, and council does have the right to address those, even if it wasn't on the agenda. So if anybody would like to say anything, Councilwoman?
Thank you. Well, I dislike doing this. Crystal Kavanaugh stood up in a very condescending, disrespectful manner and made comments that I don't appreciate. The other day, when I was walking into the community center to the mayor's day of the town, I had difficulty accessing the entrance due to the petition signers. I mentioned to Crystal a quick personal conversation, asking her to move away from the entrance to allow for access, and she turned around and she just snarled at me. Petition gathering, blocking entrances is against the rules. In addition, I have also overheard comments being made by petition gatherers to entice them into signing a petition, even though I observed the woman who signed it was clearly confused and didn't realize what she was signing and was told she wasn't making a choice. She was just signing a petition. Whenever you sign a petition, you make a choice to support what you're signing for. In addition, I have had numerous people come up to me and say that they have spoken with the, that they were asked by the petition gatherers for signature, and they were told mistruths and untruths. And this included a conversation or two with Crystal, and in order to entice them into signing the petition. Some of these
were mentioned by Betsy. All of these, you know, when you gather petition signatures, you must be truthful, forthright, and ensure the best you can that that person understands and knows the referendum or whatever it is you're putting forth for ballot, that they understand it. You know, the Arizona Secretary of State's office has rules against this and rules against misleading, intentionally misleading, and stating misleading facts. And they even have a remedy for this, as Bessie mentioned. If you feel as though you have been manipulated into signing a petition, you can call the town clerk and request that your signature be withdrawn. And in addition, I would like to say to Crystal, I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you face to face. And to continue this conversation, you have my contact information.
Anyone else want to say anything? Yes, sir.
Yes, I have a couple questions. Maybe this is for Aaron. I don't know if John Wesley's in the room. Now that we've passed that zoning agreement for the Target Plaza, what is our ability to tie the site plans and the architectural renderings and pictures that we were all showed on the council that were presented to this council to vote on for future development or any other developer down in that area?
Mayor, Councilmember, everything that you saw is tied directly to the approval and will be what is used by staff later on to review any future proposals. Part of the requirements are that the ordinance and those associated documents will be recorded at the with the county assessor's office, so they'll be readily available for anyone to see what has been approved, which again includes the site plan and the
all the
elevations.
renderings, if they
Yes.
were to sell that property,
All
the
of
renderings all stay in
all
place?
those- Yes, sir.
Okay. And then my other point that I wrote down here is, what is the value of this to the town? The site plans and the rendering that were presented for our vote on the 17th, if there is any.
You mean financial value to
Yeah.
the town? Well, although I don't know a number of financial value off the top of my head, you know, I believe that the developer's presentation was such that it would generate various taxes, it drives tourism, income, and those things that were discussed. So I don't have a better answer than what was presented at the meeting.
Thank you. I have one other question, and this is for Pam. Cap? You've come into this council numerous times asking us to admonish Councilman Skillercorn. I'm showing this picture to the mayor and the vice mayor that a resident in this town sent to me of a donkey humping the rear end of a president of the United States.
Former president of the United States.
It's still known as a
who's
president.
a rapist and a racist.
So you're
and a
so you're
convicted
Point of
felon.
order, this is not a debate.
I'm
This is not a debate.
You
This
asked
is an
me a
opportunity.
question. I have a right
Excuse
to
me, point
reply,
of order,
don't I?
ma'am. This is not a debate. The councilman has the microphone
I haven't
and he has
recognized
the floor.
anybody here. Aaron, I think we're probably knocking on the door a little bit of...
You want to talk to me? Reply to my emails.
Yes.
You
No.
reply to
Stop.
my emails.
Everybody
You
stop
reply to my
right now.
emails.
Everybody
Stop
stop
cutting
this
people off.
right
Calm down.
now. Mayor and council, this is absolutely beyond the appropriate realm of where we're supposed to be at. So if any member of the public speaks out or shouts out again, Mayor, I would strongly suggest that that individual be removed from this chambers for disorderly conduct. We should not hesitate to do that. That's my first point. The second point is, with respect to calling people out specifically, Mayor, Councilmember Friedel, I would suggest that you make the statement to respond as opposed to engage in a back and forth, because it's not going to be productive.
So my statement then is, we're being asked to admonish somebody.
You're an elected official. Act like it. Okay.
Mayor.
Aaron, we're being asked to admonish this council member when this person is posting stuff on social media that's just as flagrant and just as bad. We are not here to deal with this. Take this somewhere else and quit disrupting our council
Wait,
meetings.
I'd like to just say something. Some of those folks are asking us to take a specific action that's within the realm of our action, and it's not related to something that they do. We have a code of ethics, and so I think we're being asked to use that code of ethics to take an action that is within our realm, and that's about
They
the
have
limit of it.
filed, what'd she say, 7 ethics violations on him? Let the process carry out, and let's finish the process that way. This is the 4th time we've had a disruptive council meeting because of this.
Okay. We've had disruptive council meetings quite often for a lot of different reasons. I'd like to put an end to this if I could.
You're the chair, Mayor.
If there is a couple of specific things about the development that I'd like to just address, the fact that no one seconded the motion to table, so that was why that didn't happen. And also the idea that the development is something that was new or shoved through. As if you folks would want to look at that meeting again, we'll go through the plans and the fact that the economic development plan, which was 7-0, it wasn't just some vague thing about Shea Boulevard. It specifically talked about multifamily and workforce housing. And last, there was another thing, but that in 2021 and in 2022 and 2023, this topic was in the state of the town, so it wasn't a new thing. So I just wanted to get that out there as far as the development goes. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Just to briefly address this issue of calling out the council on taking bribes and inappropriate communications. Time-honored politics, reminiscent of the McCarthy hearings, when they said, are you now or have ever been a member of the Communist Party? By doing so, you're putting the people in a position where it's like, are you still beating your wife? If you say, I am not, then you admitted that you were beating your wife. If you say, I was, then you've just admitted guilt. What Mr. Skillicorn did here was a very simple deflection from his inappropriate behavior, trying to cast doubt on this council that we've been collecting bribes, that we have had ex parte communications, which doesn't even make sense, because that applies to a judicial proceeding about lawyers talking to judges. So he just throws a lot on the wall and just sees what happens. This is reminiscent of what in the military they call a drumhead trial, where there's no process, they turn the drum over and they dispense justice quickly. If Alan felt that he had evidence of inappropriateness of this council or of bribery or inappropriate communications, you take that to an investigator. The investigator, which is the process that you do, they launch an investigation, they get the evidence, and they see if charges should be filed or not. If Alan has information that one of this council is corrupt, it is incumbent on him to turn that information over to the police. Because I want to know, too, if one of us has been collecting bribes. I don't think they are. I think this was a deflection to serve his political interests. But for us to say, for have not to say on that night, well, we didn't do it, well, then they're saying, well, if we wouldn't have defended ourselves, then you're guilty because you didn't defend yourself. If you defend yourself, like some of us did, well, now you're guilty, and I've read this on social media, because you defended yourself. Is this still America? This is how they do it in third world countries. It's absurd. And so I wish we could get back to normal order in this council. I wish we could quit the cheap political stunts and the games, quit attacking our council members and our residents, and just do your damn job.
Okay, stop, please. We're going to go on to the consent agenda now, if there's nothing else. Councilman?
Motion to approve consent agenda A through F.
Second.
Is that everything? Is that all of it? Okay. Thank you. All, roll call, please.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Fidel. Aye. Councilmember Skillicorn.
Aye.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Guzbowski.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye, thank you. Our first item on the regular agenda is to approve Resolution 2405 regarding a moratorium on 5G services. Is this Rachel or who?
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. Mayor and Council, I'm introducing this item tonight. Briefly by way of background, the Council will recall that beginning in roughly late 2022, early 2023, several members of the public brought to the town's attention issues related to 5G wireless, health concerns. The nature of that conversation has more or less evolved over time, but the council directed us to retain the services of a couple of consultants in succession. In the meantime, last May, the council will recall that a couple members of the public ultimately proposed and was requested that appear on the agenda what's called a 5G moratorium, which was passed by a majority of the council in May. That called upon builders and developers to cease the build-out of such wireless facilities. The expiration date of that resolution, the accompanying moratorium, was the end of the last year. As we are advancing proposed changes to our ordinance through planning and zoning and eventually to the council, which is expected to be here, I believe, later this spring, Councilmember Calavianakis requested in the interim, during the last council meeting, that we extend it pending completion of staff review and P&Z and council considerations. So what's before you tonight, as you read in the staff report, is a verbatim proposed readoption of what the council adopted last May, with the sole change that the moratorium is extended under the terms of the proposed version to the end of the fiscal year, June 30th, 2024. And with that, I or staff are happy to entertain any questions or comments.
Do we have any comment cards?
Yes, Mayor, in your packet, you have written comments, the total of 3 for, and 10 against. And then we have a written comment from a person who came in person. They just want to let you know that they are against it. So that's a total of 11, and that was Peggy Yergin.
Thank you. Councilwoman, were you going to say something on 5?
Can we start talking about the 5G?
Yeah, as long as there aren't any other public comments.
Good evening. If everybody looks at your phones, you already have 5G. You're using it. It's updated technology, but yet you're asking for a moratorium on it. Doesn't make sense to me. Also, as discussed before, this moratorium conflicts with federal law, which specifically forbids such moratoriums, specifically, clearly making it unlawful and unenforceable, and Aaron has mentioned this to us before. In addition, the FCC sets forth rigorous standards for wireless technology, of which cell companies must comply for safety purposes. If you read this ordinance, there's a bunch of allegations in it about purported health effects of 5G that are also expressly prohibited under federal laws. They are merely personal allegations, unproven, and I don't agree with them. The allegations also contradict the findings of major national and international well-respected health and science organizations that have studied the effects of radio transmission repeatedly and shown them to not have these alleged adverse health effects. In addition, part of our cell network involves FirstNet, a high-speed wireless network that specializes in innovative tools, technology specifically built for public safety. A moratorium would adversely affect how our emergency responders communicate while serving our town. Also, should a cell company bring a lawsuit to condense this illegal, in my opinion, ordinance, the town cannot afford financially to defend it. And we really wouldn't have that much to stand on, if anything at all. So once again, I'm against this moratorium. I don't think it serves a purpose, and I'm not willing to agree with it merely to placate our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, if you go in the Wayback Machine a year ago, this council did approve the moratorium. It wasn't a split vote. It was a 4-3 vote, of which Councilmember McMahon did vote no, and I voted yes. I think we're at that very same point right now at loggerheads, that we just have an agreement to disagree respectfully. It's just good public policy to continue what this council had established a year ago, a moratorium on the 5G technology. It's just an extension that will take us to where the ordinance will be written. It's in P&Z right now. They're doing the finishing touches on it. It'll be popped up here, and then we'll vote on it. When we vote on it, then the moratorium, of course, will be lifted, because that's how the wording in the original moratorium was. It will be a 5G moratorium until the statute or ordinance is passed. And so I'd also like to address whether federal law either allows or prohibits for moratoria. And on this, I do have to admit, some of our town folk did a lot of research on this, and I give them a great deal of credit, because they really dug into the statutes. If you look at H.R. 3557, it was introduced May 22, 2023 in the 108th Congress. This legislation was designed to streamline federal, state, and local permitting and regulatory reviews to expedite the deployment of communications and other purposes. Now, in part, this legislation reads, Section 4, no moratoria. And I won't go into the verbiage, but suffice it to say that this House resolution says that we are going to say that local governments can't do moratoria. And so the logical question is if this is, as the council member alleges, if this is already settled by federal law, that no moratoria are acceptable, then why are they trying to codify it now into federal law? And so it doesn't make sense. It's the law against redundancy. Why would they do something they've already done? They wouldn't. And so it is still open. Lawyers, I know, and myself and Aaron, we disagree on this, and lawyers will disagree on this. That's why there's courts of appeal, and that's why there's Supreme Courts, because the law isn't like mathematics. It's subject to interpretation. And so whether you think it's enforceable or not, I think that we should continue the moratorium until it comes from our competent planning and zoning staff, comes to council, we debate it publicly, and then we will decide on the new ordinance whether it's worthwhile or not. And so, I would vote for this agenda item.
I'll say the same thing in fewer words, I suppose. The agenda item, this is a conversation that we've had a few times, and to save everybody time, I think this is an agree to disagree type situation, but the original moratorium was passed with the intention of lasting up until the ordinance that we will be discussing very soon. So I agree, it's good policy to extend it, and with that, I motion to approve Resolution 2024-05 regarding a moratorium on 5G services.
I second.
And I had a comment to make too. This isn't 5G, your phones. We're not taking anybody's phone. You're going to have your service. This is really broadband is what what this deals with. It's not typical 5G communication type moratorium that we're doing it. So I think we have a second.
May I please speak?
Yes, Councilman.
Cell communications are by wireless, broadband, et cetera, through radio waves, whatever you want, microwaves, whatever you want to call it. So it does affect it. And in addition, reading from the agenda item, no state or local statute or regulation or other state or local legal requirement may prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting the ability of any entity to provide any interstate or intrastate telecommunication service. So again, I disagree. I think it's plain on its face that this is not an enforceable ordinance. Thank you.
Just, thank you. A brief comment. Whether you believe it affects your cell phone or not is unimportant. The key to the topic is the concern over our health. And over the last 8 months, I've had an opportunity to talk to quite a few subject matter experts. And due to lack of scientific research with peer-reviewed studies, I will still be voting no on this. But I do want to make it clear that your cell phone, however you believe that happens, you're still going to have 5G coverage. The conversation of small cell versus broadband versus the phone in your hand has nothing to do with this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that's kind of this thing kind of did morph from being about health and understanding some of those concerns to something totally different. And that is really difficult to understand because it's broadband, but this is a 5G moratorium. It is an unenforceable action, whether you like 5G or not. And it also ignores the fact that we've been getting input from folks who are concerned about this because they want the best that they can get here if people are working from home and that kind of thing. So, yeah. Anyway, I think we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember Friedel.
Yes.
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
No.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Grzybowski.
No.
Mayor Dickey.
Nay.
Passes 4-3.
Thank you. Our next item is actually a hearing. So I'm going to open the public hearing. We'll do what we usually do. We hear from staff. We hear from the applicant. And then we hear from folks, and we close the public hearing, and then we discuss. So we'll start out with our staff presentation. John?
Yes, Mayor, Council, good evening. I've got a brief presentation for you this evening. First off, just a little bit of background. Chapter 24 of the town zoning ordinance deals with medical marijuana. It was adopted in 2011. It establishes various location restrictions as well as provides direction on applications and operation requirements. The C3 zoning district is the only zoning district that allows this use, and you can see the list of various separation requirements for this use from other items in the town. Given those, we do have one operating dispensary in town on Enterprise, south of Colony. And given the location restrictions that you saw on the previous slide, there's really no other place currently in town, given our zoning and those restrictions, where another facility could go. So we have this one, and it's all that we're likely to have. The operation requirements included in the code include some of these things listed here that you can or can't do, need to do with regard to providing this type of facility. We've received a request to amend our ordinance to adjust a couple of operating procedures. One is to adjust the operational hours, currently from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., to extend those 2 additional hours in the morning and 2 additional hours in the evenings, so from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. instead. We have surveyed other communities in the surrounding area and found that our hours currently are most restrictive. The other request is to remove the prohibition on delivery of services. Again, we've researched other surrounding communities and found that they do allow deliveries. Those deliveries then could come into Fountain Hills. Staff recommended approval of these two text amendments to the Planning and Zoning Commission. They held a hearing at their meeting last month and considered the proposed amendment. Following their review, input, and discussion, they voted 7-0 to recommend approval. So that's my presentation. Any comments or questions for me?
I think I'm going to ask to hear from the applicant, and like we did before, jot down any questions you hear, that you have, and we can ask them when it's our turn. Thank you.
Should take it from there.
Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, Lindsay Shuby, for your record, from the law firm of Gamage and Burnham, 40 North Central, Phoenix, Arizona. Thank you very much. And John, thank you for that great presentation. I hope to not be duplicative, yet at the same time answer some questions that you may have before we get to them, and then afterwards stand for any questions. So again, Lindsay Shuby. With me is Chloe Plaisance. She is a new lawyer with law firm of Gamage and Burnham, just passed the bar in October. So we're happy to have her. And then applicant Tabitha Meyer. She is general counsel for Phoenix Cannabis Company. Let me tell you a little bit about Phoenix Cannabis Company. As you may or may not remember, you did have a dispensary here. It was called Nature's Medicines. They did request these changes in the past. I was not here. I was not part of those applications. They were my client, but they thought they could do it themselves, so there you go. Phoenix Cannabis Company has relocated back into your jurisdiction. They opened in August 25th of 2023. This is their only location in Arizona. So when I speak to you this evening, I truly am speaking to you as a Fountain Hills small business. They do own and operate other dispensaries in New Mexico, but this is their only one in Arizona. They're committed to Fountain Hills, and they really want to make this location work to be successful, not only for themselves, but to be a good member of your community, for the community and for your residents. A little bit about the history. As John stated, in 2010, Arizona voters approved Proposition 203. That allowed for the medical use of marijuana. Since then, the medical marijuana program has proven to be successful and, more importantly, safe. And I will speak a little bit more about that as we move on to our presentation. More recently, in 2020, Arizona voters did approve the recreational use or the establishment license here in Arizona. It was approved by over 60% in the state. Maricopa County approved it, but in the 60 to 70% range. And Fountain Hills voters did vote to approve it. But again, what we're talking about today is not an ideological question. We are not approving or disallowing the use of marijuana. This is simply an amendment to your land use regulations for your Fountain Hills small business. So as John stated, two things we are requesting. One, to modify the hours. Again, the hours of operation right now are regulated in your ordinance from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m., and we are requesting 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. We are also requesting the removal on the prohibition for delivery services. As of today's date, the only delivery that's permitted is medical. However, by 2025, Proposition 207 does require that the state allow recreational delivery. Important to note, and as John stated, we are not suggesting any other changes. You are the most restrictive ordinance. It's unbelievable, and it's right to do so. Jurisdictions are allowed to have restrictive ordinances in terms of the dual use licenses, and that's, and you've said no establishment licenses, that's legal. You're allowed to be restrictive. C3 zoning, as well as your separation. We are not proposing that we change any of those. Frankly, we're happy to be the only operator here in Fountain Hills. The two changes we are asking for are very narrow in scope, and again, do not impact the ability to have any more dispensaries. So why am I here? There's an increase in demand. To the first year of the active medical marijuana program, there were only 16,000 patients. In 2020, there were over 300,000 patients. Since today, there are less medical cards, only 123,000. Those cost money, registration with the state, all of those things. But I will tell you that 2023 was the largest sales of marijuana use in the state of Arizona. 2023, Arizona surpassed the $1 billion mark in marijuana sales, $267 million for medical, and $797 million for adult use. Again, this is just the state of Arizona, because every state has its own independent programs. So as John said, and here is evidence, you are the most restrictive jurisdiction in the state of Arizona in terms of hours. Now, this makes sense. When originally Prop 203 passed, no one understood how the program would function. No one understood if these dispensaries would be safe and secure. You are limited by 10 hours. I would submit to you, someone with a job, a husband, and 3 children, getting to any business between 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. I also have the privilege of speaking in front of councils and planning commissions all over the state. That it's impossible to get to a retail business in those hours for me and for many of your residents. In your packet, you do have a decent number of letters of support. As of this morning, we had 55 letters of support from Fountain Hills residents. We had more letters of support from neighboring jurisdictions. I pulled those because I know what's important to you is your residents. But there are 55 letters of support that we have submitted. Scottsdale, which I think is our greatest competitor, is 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. You notice that we did not ask for that. I didn't ask for that specifically because I wanted, on behalf of my client, to ask for a respectful and responsible request. Our greatest competitors are still, even if I'm approved, will have greater hours than we will, and we'll get into delivery, but they will be able to deliver into your jurisdiction. Gilbert was just approved December 12th, up to 10 p.m. I know because we did that application. And Chandler was approved to 10 p.m. in January of last year, so January of 2023. It is not unique for businesses in this space to request text amendments. Again, as we move through the process, as we realize that these businesses are safe and secure, we're coming to jurisdictions to ask respectful answers. Sun City is one of the jurisdictions in Maricopa County that does use a 6 a.m. open time. So again, not only the increase in demand, but these facilities are safe and secure. We must have a security plan on file with the Department of Health Services. There is surveillance cameras that have a 360-degree angle in the exterior and interior of our business, 24-hour independently monitored security alert system, and it is secure access point, FOBs, for anywhere where there is product you cannot reach in the dispensary. There is also ID checks. You cannot get in the dispensary. It's checked twice with a machine as well as by a person. You have to be 21 or older to enter a dispensary. I submit to you, liquor stores, drugstores, gas stations, gun shops have far less secure access than we do. There are a lot of concerns for youth in our community. There's vapes. Like I said, I'm a mom of 3. I've got 2 in high school and 1 in middle school. It is terrifying out there. But I would say liquor stores, grocery stores, you can get all sorts of awful things and they don't have these controls in place. There are over 13,000 liquor licenses in the state of Arizona. 3 just passed on your consent agenda for the wine walk. It sounds fun. I may come. I love coming to these council hearings. You learn all the fun things that are happening on neighboring jurisdictions. But not one mention about the youth. And what I would say, there's only 169 retail dispensaries in the entire state. They have to be safe and secure. If not, they will lose their licensing. If you don't believe me in terms of crime at dispensaries, either cultivation, infusion, or retail dispensaries, this is a chart that was produced by the Tempe Police Department. 1% of crime compared to dispensaries, pharmacies, and liquor stores. The least amount of crime around the marijuana locations, in part because of the security. In other neighboring jurisdictions, in Peoria, they were having a problem. One of the dispensaries, there's 4 in Peoria, one of the dispensaries in Peoria, not this client, so sorry, don't tell them, I'm telling the story, but is located next to a frozen yogurt store. The frozen yogurt store was getting robbed. After the second robbery, the police asked to use our cameras. And guess what? We found who was robbing the frozen yogurt store. They were very happy. In Gilbert, we did a sting because we thought one of the customers had some issues. So we have actually found that there can be great synergy between law enforcement and the dispensaries because of the security that's required. Police officers from Peoria, Payson, Chandler, and Mesa have gone on the record to say there are no problems with security of dispensaries. So that's ours, and I can talk more if you have more questions. But as for the second request, which is delivery, we are here asking for you guys to support, again, one of your small businesses. Fountain Hills residents can receive deliveries from Mesa, Scottsdale, and Payson. I will tell you, Mesa and Payson, those were amendments. They were text amendments in the same way that we're asking today, in part because we had to ensure that delivery was safe. Fountain Hills does not receive any tax revenue. Again, you don't make land use decisions necessarily based on tax revenue, but I do believe it's an important factor. Peoria just approved delivery in January of 2023, and that's when the police officers said they have no problems with marijuana. So again, as for this, not only are your residents receiving delivery today, and then sales tax is going to Scottsdale, Phoenix, Mesa, but I submit to you, if you allow delivery, you can also capture sales tax from Scottsdale, Phoenix, Mesa. There are specific products. Like I said, only 169 locations in the entire state. We have requests from residents outside of the Fountain Hills boundary who would like delivery of our product, and we are aware of Fountain Hills residents who receive delivery today and would like it from their dispensary. But I think one thing, and I added to this after the planning and zoning hearing, because we've got a lot of questions about the safety and security. There is valid ID checks that must be on file with the dispensary prior to any delivery. Once the delivery is made, there are 2 ID checks that happen. There are cameras located in the vehicle and on the delivery driver. There is a limit on how much delivery can be made a week. You must complete and maintain a trip log, and this trip log is not location A to location B, it is north, I was gonna say north on Shea, you can't go north on Shea, east on Shea, north on 110th, east, you need a trip by trip, and it is a $500 fine. If the Arizona Department of Health Services comes in one of its 2 unannounced inspections every year, they will ask for trip logs. If they do not have everything, it is $500 per piece of paper that doesn't have north, south, east, west on it. They are unmarked cars. The packages are sealed and at the dispensary, and they must be sealed when the patients or customers receive them. The delivery person must have a means of communication, and they must be a facility agent, which means they've had a full background check. They must, it is state law that the product cannot be visible, I promise I'm almost done, in the vehicle, and the amount of the product in the vehicle must match the amount that's on the trip logs. This is all to say this is a highly, highly regulated program. For a state that does not like regulation, this is very regulated, and it is proven to be safe and secure. Again, net positive impact on the town for both the hours and the delivery if approved. The 2.9 sales tax goes directly to the town, and then the 16% MET tax goes to a number of different things. That's a high tides raise all boats, right? It goes into a state fund, and then it's delivered. But I will say the Maricopa County Sheriff's Department, which I know helped you guys out here, got $3.6 million last year as their portion of the MET tax. As far as our operational impact, Phoenix Cannabis, the applicant tonight, again, one of your small business owners. Since opening August 25th, we've had a 40% increase in revenue and a 50% increase in daily transactions. That is with, and council member, I understand you're big on the roads, the improvements on Enterprise, which were a little tough, but the town was fantastic in terms of working with us. We did have a tough time the first week, but now we're very excited in terms of the improvements of the roads there. If approved, at minimum, we will double our staff, an estimated 13 to 25% increase in revenue. In part, that's based on the snowbirds that are in town that we had and then we hope to increase even more. So as an overview, how can I tell you these dispensaries are safe? In the city of Phoenix, we have an annual status update for any marijuana facility every year. Every facility, we have police calls, neighborhood services, and the site is posted. I will tell you there are so minimal police calls because of the safety and security. We are in front of you with a unanimous recommendation of approval from the Planning and Zoning Commission and 55 letters of support. And just in closing, Tammy, and I apologize, I missed her last name, Fountain Hills Protect Our Youth Coalition for the Youth Substance Abuse Prevention. I want to say there was a recommendation that I reach out to Tammy and the coalition in terms of, her involvement in the community. And I did look at her website, and it says empowering Fountain Hills students to live a drug and alcohol-free life. I want to state on the record that we support Tammy and her mission. This is not about drugs, vapes, alcohol in the hands of children. This is a land use decision. And so that's why I chose not to reach out. That said, I do welcome any conversations with any member of the public. So with that, I respectfully request approval. I know this is a complicated topic. I tried to keep it as simple. I added some additional safety and security and background information just because of the topic at hand, but respectfully request approval, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council.
Thank you. Since this is a hearing, we'll hear from the public, and then we'll close the public hearing and we'll be able to discuss. Do you have speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor, I do. But I do want to point out that there is 49 letters of support in the packet, and then there's 6 additional letters of support. So there are 55, and those 6 are in your hand packet that you received. We also had written comments, 25 are against it, and then there's 12 that were for it in your packet, and then we had a in-person comment card, voice their opinion from Peggy Yergin that she's for it, so that's 13 for in person. Now we do have 5 people who have submitted a comment card to comment. We will have Tammy Bell first, and on deck, Tony Pierce.
Hi, my name is Tammy Bell, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. This took me a long time to come to this decision. I'm asking you today to vote no for the text amendment request, and this is why. Extending hours and removing delivery restrictions should not be considered as one request, specifically because eliminating the ordinance that prohibits delivery is completely irresponsible. A responsible request would be to amend the current restriction to allow medicinal delivery only, period, no matter what the law says. Eliminating this ordinance, you're opening up to dispensaries to deliver anything allowable as soon as the state changes our laws. The demand is truthfully decreasing. The facts are, since the legalization of adult use, there has been significant decrease in medicinal marijuana sales. In addition, I provided a traffic analysis for you here. It reveals at a minimum of 28% decrease in traffic demand to our 4 major marijuana industry providers in Arizona. This is consistent with many articles that speak to the sales decline in 2023. You can see in the traffic analysis that I provided that the increased hours does not equate to significant increase in foot traffic. That's on this page. Analysis shows that 2% or less of the total visits occur during 8 and 9. 10% or less of the total visits occur during 7 and 8 and 8 and 9. Dispensaries show peak traffic occurring between 1 and 4 and 4 and 7. Additionally, 2 hours plus delivery plus 1 business does not equate economic improvement for Fountain Hills. The representative said so themselves. They do not have enough data to show how this will impact our revenue. The revenue stated is provided to us from the state. It is not due to this business or would increase because of this request. It is my responsibility to tell you that the potential tax revenue does not outweigh the potential risks that are associated with increasing access and availability of marijuana in our town. I haven't heard enough sufficient data on how much marijuana leakage is actually occurring to deliveries. I know they can. I don't know if they are. I called a dozen dispensaries. I only got through to 2 of them, 1 being Mint. They all told me that they do not deliver to Fountain Hills. That's all I know on that. It's dangerous, and this request increases a risk to those who are most vulnerable in our town. When we ask if this is safe, we're not asking the right questions. We need to ask what potencies are safe, what age is it safe for, how do they consume it safely, who should have it, and who benefits from it. These are the questions we should be asking before blindly suggesting that any dispensary open their doors longer than necessary or have freedom to deliver in our town. The increase of access and availability produces risk factors in our town for our youth, young adults, and those with addiction and substance disorders. I urge you to say no to this request. For now, Fountain Hills is a unique and safe community, but we can do more. Thank you. I wanted to say a part I agreed with Lindsay, but I'm out of time, so I'll tell her personally.
Mayor, council, my goodness, I'm getting late. It's been a long day. First of all, let me just say thank you for the council members that showed up for our celebration and expressed their appreciation for our church and thing. I'm Pastor Tony Pierce. I'm pastor of Cornerstone Family Church. I'm not going to repeat all that Tammy said. I agree with what she said. I would encourage you to vote no on changing these. Of course, I have some ideological issues with this whole matter, but I understand things have already changed as far as the law is concerned. But I like the fact that we are the most restrictive town when it comes to the availability of these drugs. Marijuana continues to be a gateway drug, and it has found its way into our young people's lives and into the school, and anything we can do to, I know not eliminate that, but restrict it, I would encourage you to. So I respectfully ask you to consider voting no on changing these hours. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Shelley Murray. And then on deck, we have Matthew Corrigan.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, my name is Shelley Mowry, and I'm the past Executive Director of the Fountain Hills Youth Substance Abuse Prevention Coalition. I'm still proudly on the board, but I also work with the Arizona High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, and I've been in youth substance use prevention for 23 years. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the issues before us tonight. First, I'd like to agree with the advocate here because the demand for medical marijuana has gone down substantially. So when you think about delivery for medical marijuana, how many people are we talking about? So there's been a huge decline actually since 2020, and just looking at Maricopa County, because that's where we live, over the past 3 years, there was a high of 196,000 medical marijuana card holders in Maricopa County. In 2023, that dropped to 75,000. That's a 61% decline in medical marijuana card holders in the state of Arizona. The advocates talk about the windfall of tax revenue from delivery and extended hours. I believe I heard this correctly in the P&Z meeting, that on a good day, they make up to $1,500 a day in revenue. Even if delivery and extended hours doubled their business, that would increase the town's tax coffers by about $34 a day. This request is more likely about clearing the path for recreational marijuana delivery. While recreational marijuana delivery is currently illegal in the state of Arizona, Arizona is mandated to have rules for recreational delivery by January of next year, just 11 months. So if you decide to accept this recommendation to open the door for medical marijuana delivery, Fountain Hills residents could soon have recreational marijuana delivered to their door, just like pizza. Let's just put a pause on any decisions on delivery of medical marijuana until the state moves forward with new rules expected in less than a year. Advocates also insinuated that Fountain Hills is an outlier and has the most restricted opening times for dispensaries. But when I did a search online of dispensary hours closest to Fountain Hills, most of them are open about the same number of hours. Arizona Natural Selections, which is the closest, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. MedMen of Scottsdale, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Ultra Health, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're closed on the weekends. Zen Leaf in Mesa, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The Wellness Clinic, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., but they're only open on noon to 6 on Sunday. And Kind Meds is only open 10 to 8 p.m. And finally, on the safety surrounding delivery. Nowhere could I find in the rules and guidelines on the Arizona State Department's website on their medical marijuana program does it state that medical marijuana delivery programs are inspected twice a year. The word inspection is not mentioned at all in the medical marijuana delivery guidelines or on the Department of Health Services website. I would encourage you to vote no on both. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, council members, Matthew Corrigan, homeowner and full-time resident, Fountain Hills. Gamage and Burnham Law Office is asking an amendment to Fountain Hills Ordinance Section 24.03. I've read the narrative statement of justification from the lawyer and would like to respond by each agenda item. Number one, increase in sales tax. This is not a compelling benefit for the town of Fountain Hills. The 2.9% sales tax increase revenue from an additional 4 business hours of daily business is not significant enough to completely amend our existing ordinance. This argument is then nullified by the note that marijuana users already get free delivery from existing dispensaries outside of Fountain Hills. This does not justify an ordinance change. Number two, increase in demand. This is not an appealing reason for residents of Fountain Hills. What benefit does it really bring the town of Fountain Hills? Very little. Many businesses and industries have also increased demand. If that is true, what does that have to do with making Fountain Hills unique, individualistic, or improve in any way? Very little. Now a little about marijuana. A National Institute of Health on May 4th, 2023, said that young men with cannabis use disorder have increased risk of schizophrenia. On October 1st, 2022, Dr. Ken Finn, president of the American Board of Pain Medicine and a vice president of the International Academy on the Science and Impacts of Cannabis, said, high-potency cannabis use is being linked to poisonings in young children, as well as psychosis and schizophrenia in an increasing number of regular users. A lot of my colleagues that work in psychiatry and emergency medicine are seeing a sharp rise in marijuana-related psychosis, Finn told NTD Nation Speaks Out program interviewer. High-potency THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, the psychoactive agent of cannabis, is generally about 10%, but some contain 40 to 60% THC. Number three, increase of competitive advantage. As I understand it, 207, the Arizona legal status for recreational marijuana, effective January 1st, 2025, allows the same facility to sell recreational marijuana after that time. Fountain Hills does not really need a multitude of marijuana shops to make us just like Phoenix and so many places in California, Oregon, Washington, and Colorado. I ask that you vote no on this amendment change. Thank you very much.
We have one last comment card. Marcia Hono.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I am Marcia Honley. I live here in Fountain Hills and have for about 10 years. I speak differently than others because I haven't done all the statistics. But anyway, I am part of the Fountain Hills Protect Your Youth Coalition, our youth coalition. I'm a sector leader, Kiwanis Youth Advisor, mentor for Golden Eagle Education Foundation, also the scholarship coordinator, and a Maricopa County Foster Care Board review member. So as a lifetime educator, I propose we think and act very carefully before widening the gates that will allow for greater access to harmful substances that entice our youth. The coalition is doing a wonderful job of informing our youth and their families of the potential danger of marijuana, cannabis, vaping, alcohol, etc. Does our small town really need greater access to products that are particularly dangerous to youth? I don't think so. I was reading the Arizona cannabis labeling. It says, the following statement, Arizona Department of Health Service warning, marijuana use can be addictive, can impair an individual's ability to drive a motor vehicle, operate heavy machinery. Marijuana smoke contains carcinogens and can lead to increased risk of cancer, tachycardia, hypertension, heart attack, and lung infection. Keep out of reach of children in capital letters. So I think there are dangers if children have access to it. I don't think we need to widen the gates to allow longer hours or home delivery. I think it puts our children in danger. Cases, as I am on the review board for Maricopa County, foster care board review, I noticed over the last 10 years that almost all cases that come before the board involve the early use at some point of marijuana or alcohol or a combination of both. At young ages, people start getting involved in that, and it leads to addictions, which, as you all know, puts families in great crisis. So cases of children and families in crisis points to the destructive use of drugs, which in most instances does start in their youth. So I just figure it's important to say, I would like you to vote no at widening the use of or having more access to.
That it? Okay, thank you very much. I'm gonna close the hearing, and then we can ask you questions and you can respond to some of the things that you heard. So we'll close the hearing. Councilwoman McMahon has some questions, and then you can respond to what you heard and to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation. But what I heard is money, taxes, etc. I never heard anything about really basically human health and safety, consumption, and potential addiction issues. It was all about money and how it adversely affects Fountain Hills because we don't allow delivery. I'm also a member of our Fountain Hills Youth Protection Coalition, and I am very concerned about the lack of delivery guidelines and rules that would protect the health and safety of not only our teens and their families, but those persons with addictive disorders in our community. The coalition has worked really, really hard with our schools, our emergency responders, the town, and others to educate and reduce drug use among our teens, young adults, and it's been very, very effective. We don't want to backtrack. You know, I know that people get issued medical marijuana cards. They're issued by licensed physicians and psychiatrists, etc. I know there are many young underage teens suffering from anxiety disorders due to social media and other causes. Their psychiatrist, if they're going to counsel, may have issued a medical marijuana card to their parent as their guardian, and they are the recipient, ultimately the recipient of a delivery of marijuana. Can you ensure that it goes to them? Can you ensure that it doesn't go to the 18-year-old that might be smoking marijuana, et cetera? I don't know. You know, you have strong and stringent safeguards right now where people have to go into the dispensary. They have to show up. They have to show ID. They have to prove who they are in order to receive what their order is or their purchase is. There's police officers there, et cetera. To me, that states a lot about the seriousness of the dispensary and dispensing marijuana. And I don't think that we can ignore that. I have delivery concerns. Our ordinance is vague about any delivery concerns to families, to youth, et cetera. Where can you deliver it? Can you deliver it to schools? Can you deliver it to just residences? Can you deliver it to places of employment? What if a person happens to be sitting in a park and calls in the delivery and wants it delivered there? Can you deliver it there? I mean, how can you, and also I have a concern, even though reading what you said, the person, it's very strict in their delivery, they have to have ID, et cetera, but still, you know, there's an element of error that concerns me there. Also, I just think that if the council is thinking about passing this ordinance, that we absolutely need more safeguards in our ordinance, specifically in town, if this passes. For example, in Camp Verde, they specifically state, it is unlawful to deliver marijuana in the town of Camp Verde to a person who is not a medical marijuana card holder as defined in Arizona blah, 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 Medical Act. And in addition, just merely removing item number 4 to not provide off-site delivery of medical marijuana, to me that's insufficient. It's a negative versus a positive. Instead of saying that still saying only medical marijuana can be delivered. I mean, there are so many safeguards, as Tammy mentioned, that are concerned, that given the fact that there aren't, I cannot agree with passing this. And I know you're asking for 2 different things, but they simultaneously go together. Because what are the delivery hours? I mean, there's a whole plethora of concerns that I think need to be addressed. And I ask respectfully that if council's going to move forward with this, that we wait 2 months or more and have that meeting, which I think you should have had, and I'm not putting you down. I don't mean that negatively. I wish that you would have taken the time to speak with Tammy about this before presenting it. And I think we all have lessons learned. But if the council is so inclined to pass this, I would ask that we continue it for a couple more months so that we can work with the council, with the coalition, the attorney, et cetera, to come up with some very, very needed safeguards before anything like this is passed. So I appreciate your time, and thank you, and I did not mean to be disrespectful in any way. Okay.
I would. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, you are not disrespectful. I live in the world of we can disagree and not be disagreeable, so I take all your comments to heart. If I may, I'll talk about a couple of the comments that were made, and specifically Councilmember McMahon. I want to say it, Councilmember. I'll address some of those because a lot of what you hit were other things that were said. One, Prop 207, when it was approved in 2020, allows you to not to ban establishment licenses, adult use, and that's something you have done. However, the other thing Prop 207 says is anything in your ordinance with regard to medical and establishment have to be the same. So I have been very clear at Planning and Zoning Commission and any conversations, the striking on the prohibition of delivery, it would allow for adult use delivery too. And I stand by the same argument that your residents will get delivery from Scottsdale, Mesa, Payson, and conversations we've had, again, recently, Peoria, and Payson have removed their prohibition on delivery in part because their residents could get it anyway. Unfortunately, we can't do one without the other. Transactions are not down, they're up. Any quotes with regard to our revenue sales were incorrect, so I don't know where those came from. But again, we are a new business. We just came in August of 2023, and we do hope to see increased sales, not only from the increased hours. It's interesting, P&Z, one of our issues, and I'm sure most of you listened to it, was that the commission wanted to give us more hours. They wanted to give us 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. as opposed to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. That put me in a very strange spot. I normally don't get a commission volunteering to give me more than what I have requested. The reason why is they made it akin to other uses in C1. Again, grocery stores, pharmacies, Circle K's in the C1 zoning district, which is your most restrictive zoning district, allows hours of 7 to 11, where you can get alcohol, vapes, all of those things without the same safeguards. I purposefully, respectfully, told the commission no. I want to ask for something that is reasonable and respectful so that the council can support me in my request. As stated, there are 13 more in-person requests here. There are 68 people in the town of Fountain Hills who are requesting this. We're not asking it, you know, in the comment that there is no statistics, there are. You have residents, 68 in fact, who have requested delivery and the increased hours. And again, and as for the request, you know, I think it's also just a matter of fairness. You don't put the same hours on bars, on grocery stores, on the Target, on all those things that do sell products that are challenging to our youth. Again, you have to be 21 to get into a dispensary. The hours, or sorry, the restrictions on delivery, you have to be a facility agent. You have had a full background check. You've got a camera on your person and in your car. I would submit to you, if that is not safe, I don't know what is. The state has not made its recreational rules yet, but they have every indication that they are going to mirror what they do for medical. Again, there is not one issue with medical delivery, and so the state has said that they will mirror those same. They want it to be a safe and secure program, and therefore there are a lot of restrictions in place. And as for potency and ability to use, I think that's all part of Prop 207, not part of our request tonight, so I'm not going to address those per se, other than we do, you know, this is a request for adults who are permitted and legally able to enter a dispensary and to get delivery.
Could you address the part about where it can be delivered, like when Peggy mentioned a park and stuff like that?
Yeah, Mayor, absolutely, thank you. And council member, I apologize, we have to deliver to a specific place. We would not deliver to a school or a park. We deliver to residences. Your ID has to be on file with the dispensary before, and would you never just like park? And I apologize, Mayor, Vice Mayor, for how much I wander around the state. And by the way, I don't use this product either. I like wine. That's why I want to come to your wine walk. Again, it sounds lovely. I'm a wine drinker personally. And Tabitha Myers, do you want to just whisper? Oh, Mayor, council member, again, it's so nice to have a general counsel. And these are proper businesses. I think that's also important. You know, originally in 2010, when some of the licenses were awarded, the businesses were not as organized as they are now. We must deliver to the address on their ID. So we cannot, Mayor and council member, we cannot deliver to a park or a random address. It's the address that's on their ID, which is uploaded in our system, is double checked in the system, and then when we get there, we need to check it again. And we take a picture of it. Sorry, Mayor, council member, also there is a picture taken of the ID that again gets uploaded onto the system, and we need to save it in our records for a minimum of 3 years. We keep those records for a minimum of 3 years. And so when there are the unannounced inspections at the dispensary, they look at everything from delivery regulations, inventory controls, lab testing, all of those things.
I had a question that I'm not sure if it would be more of a John question, so I apologize. There was a mention in the public comments that there's a possibility of the state allowing for recreational deliveries. If that were to occur, and it would therefore conflict with our ordinance, would that be another vote, or would this vote also include the potential legalization of recreational deliveries?
Mayor, council member, the way that would work is that whatever rules we have for medical would apply to recreational once the state finishes their rule adoption.
So to be clear, this vote tonight would extend on to if recreational deliveries were allowed?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple comments and a couple of questions. I want to remind this council that we turned over all of our opioid settlement money to our coalition in town. And they're using that to educate and do other things with the youth in this town. So I just wanted to mention that we can't forget that, so it's important. You mentioned sales increase. Does that get you more customers, or is it just more use? Are you getting more customers, or is it more use by the same people?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, both, more and more customers. We do have customers who now use a dispensary in Scottsdale or Mesa because it works in terms of their business hours and where they work. They may reside in Fountain Hills, but they use a dispensary closer to where they work because they can't get here between 9 and 7.
So you mentioned that there were 68 people that were in favor of this, this ordinance change. Are they being serviced right now adequately? Are they getting what they need right now?
Through the Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, they do not believe that they are. We had other letters of support that I did not include. Maybe I should have. I can send after. From other jurisdictions, again, we have customers that want to come from Scottsdale and other places. And no, you have residents in Fountain Hills who do not believe they are being adequately serviced. They would like the additional hours to be treated the same way as a grocery store or pharmacy.
So, and then the other comment that I want to make is that this is new for all of us. So to equate that we have hours that are longer for bars and restaurants, they've been around a lot longer. Alcohol has been around a lot longer than medical or recreational. It was just recently approved at the state level. So keep that in mind as we go through this. But I'm wondering if this wouldn't be, at some point, a time to, I heard somebody say maybe table this and get some input from our coalition. I think that might be wise. Now, we gave them a block of money from the settlement, and I think it would be wise to maybe consider that. I'd be in favor of some hours, but I think maybe another thing I'm going to mention is maybe we wait until the state comes out with their regulation and their advice on the delivery, since it's right around the corner anyway. But that's my 2 cents on it. So I wouldn't be adverse to extending the hours a little bit, but maybe we need to table this and get some input from our coalition, which is a big part of this town. It's a small town. We've given them money and some direction with that money. So I think it's important that we get some input from them going forward.
Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Based on some of his comments, I'd like to make a motion to table.
Can I ask, since we had a hearing, right? Do we continue the hearing? Can we do that, and then we don't have to do the notice and all that? I guess I shouldn't have.
Well, the hearing's closed. We can
Yeah.
reopen the hearing, and then you can make a motion to continue to a date certain or indefinitely, but it may be up for discussion between the applicant and development services about what date would be best.
Okay, well, so I can reopen it. That way we wouldn't have to worry about the.
Republishing it and everything, yeah, so.
Yeah, okay, so let's do that. So we open it, so that way we don't have to, put it in the paper again and all that. And then, would we want to go to a date, or would we want to just continue it until we get the information we think we want?
Mayor, if I may, we would be open to a continuance to work with Tammy and her group and to answer any other questions that we have from council members. I would request maybe I can make myself available to meet with Tammy in the next 2 weeks or 4 weeks. That the applicant, while it is new, council member, and I appreciate those comments. Again, we have a lot of data that these operations are safe and secure. We have data that delivery has been safe and secure. And we have every indication from the Arizona Department of Health Services that they're going to follow. Again, what delivery person has a full background check and must have a facility agent card with a camera on them and a camera in their vehicle. So, respectfully request, Mayor, we will, again, all be respectful to one another and in continuance, but I would take 2 weeks. I know I can make myself available to meet with the coalition and answer any follow-up questions.
So I'll amend my motion to continue, and let's just leave it a little bit open in like 30 days or something.
Second. Thank you, but I do think it's going to take longer than 30 days, given the amount of people that we're going to have to talk to.
I am
and go
open
if you
to
don't mind.
another amendment.
Can we just continue it and?
Indefinitely is fine.
Yeah, and then we'll come back. I mean, I'd appreciate it if you guys don't mind doing that, because I really do think that we need to look at more safeguards in our ordinance, especially since it's already so strict here.
So is that an amendment? can you amend a motion to continue?
Sure. So yeah, because what you can do is debate as to the time and date of the continuance, so that's fine. Sounds like Councilman Skillicorn accepted that proposal. I don't know who seconded it, but do we have the consent of the person who, Hannah, you good? Okay.
Okay, so the motion would be to table until a date uncertain?
Yeah, to continue, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, absolutely, Town Attorney. Mayor, again, I feel we've been working through the process. I commit to you that I will take the time to meet with anyone that's necessary. 30 days, if we could, to a date certain. I would respectfully request that. If we don't feel like we have the information, then we can do another continuance. But I can make myself.
The first meeting in March?
Which is March 5th, I think.
Okay. Okay, so I guess, do we need another amendment, or can we just say everybody?
So now are you okay with that?
Is everybody okay with?
Okay.
Okay, Brenda, you okay with it?
We're real.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, so I'm okay with that.
Okay, then I believe we have a motion and a second to continue this to the March 5th meeting. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Skillicorn.
Permission to explain my vote? I just want to point out that I believe that 207 was a mistake. Everywhere I see this type of usage, I see open drug uses, I see filth, I see crime. I believe it was a mistake, and I believe the residents of Arizona have changed their minds since then. And on that note, I vote yes.
Councilmember Kalavianakis.
I'll just vote aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
You know, I'm really having problems with this. I'm sorry, but when it comes back, can we? It doesn't mean it's automatically going to pass or anything, right?
No, certainly not, Mayor and Councilmember.
Aye.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Fridell. Aye. Vice Mayor Grisbowski.
Nay.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye.
Passes.
All right. So we'll take it up again, and we'll do some work in the meantime. Thank you. Our next item is approving staff to apply for grants. Is that you, Rachel?
It's actually going to be Director Wilde. He's going to lead the charge on this conversation.
Madam Mayor, council members, I'm here tonight actually representing every individual on the town staff that applies for and seeks grant for the betterment of this community. It's important to note the benefits that grants have had, the positive impact that the grants have had on this community. Just in public works alone, and I'm just going to speak on that, since 2019, the town of Fountain Hills has been the recipient of about $4.5 million in grants, with just a few $100,000, about $400,000 in matching funds for those projects. It's important to note that while we are seeking grants and we get notifications from state, county, and federal agencies about them, the amount of work necessary to apply for and prepare all of the documents is time consuming. Oftentimes, we are limited in the window, and more than one time I've stood right here and asked for forgiveness as opposed to having been able to ask for permission because of that time frame. Please note, any time that we receive an email regarding grants, we do a quick cursory of it, whichever staff member receives it. If we believe that there's a benefit to the community, our next stop is the town manager to have a discussion about that. That process will remain in place. What I'm simply asking permission to do is allow us to continue to do what we've done for many, many years and decades and apply for grants. In the event that we are selected for one, we will then return to this elected body with all of the details, including the grant amount and any associated funding that the town will have to contribute to that. I do believe that this will be a benefit not only to myself, but all the other directors and all the other staff members that apply for grants to benefit this community. With that, I'll certainly do my best to answer any questions related to this.
Do we have any speaker cards? Oops.
Oh. We have a clerk.
Oh, sorry.
Fill in, Brenda.
Well, you know where she keeps the forms, so.
Keeps a whole stack.
Kim, you have
Oh, no.
okay. Let's have Kim come up and speak, and then if you're the only one, then this is a weird meeting.
There I am.
Okay, looks like the only one. We'll listen.
Okay, so Justin, I'm not against this. I just have some questions and concerns. I may be against it. I'm not sure. So my main concern is that, you know, the staff is not answerable to me. You as the town council are answerable to me. So I love the idea of efficiency, but sometimes efficiency in government is not a good thing. And my concern is, here are my concerns, and you can probably answer them all. Can the town receive a grant and not use it? If that happens, could it affect our likelihood of receiving future grants from that source or others? They're saying you guys are just applying willy-nilly, and then you're saying you don't want the money. Well, forget you next time. The other thing is, what is the actual number and percentage of grants that have such a short time window that the council doesn't have time to meet in order to approve it? Like, say you have it all ready to go, you just need their approval to send it. What are your examples of that? How much money was missed? How much pain was involved? But I have to say, as a citizen, I don't care about the pain as much as about the answerability. And then the other thing is, I haven't talked about this before, and I've meant to. Technical debt. I worked as a business analyst, and my job was to, you know, write programs that would, or work with other people to write programs to make users' jobs easier. And that was great, and we just loved to do that. And, you know, our IT department would come back to us and say, you're creating technical debt here. You wrote these things. It's making these people's lives easier now, but we have to support them for all the years in the future. And, you know, one of the things about getting money for stuff is it's great if it's maintenance, but if it's new stuff, we really need to think about how much is it going to cost us to take care of this going forward? Can the town really afford it? And I just think that's something that the council is more likely to do than the staff. I don't know why, but I do. I trust you guys. All right, that's all I got. Thanks.
No, that's all we had for this item.
I just want to say that I think it's a valuable service to apply for grants, especially because it looks like the amount that we contribute is about 10% of what you've actually been approved for. So I think it's a win-win for the town, and the time to do it is probably as valuable to go out and get those. So I'm all in favor of this.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you, Director Weldy, for all you do. Thank you for all the grants that you previously applied for that we're enjoying the benefits of today. Would it be beneficial to our town to have a professional grant writer that could free up the department heads to do more of what they do in their respective jobs and less time grant writing?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember, it would certainly benefit the Public Works Department, but I cannot speak on behalf of the other directors. I would feel more comfortable if the town manager would engage in that type of dialogue with the mayor and council.
I'd be happy to, thanks. It's a bit of a plus and minus, to be honest. An effective grant writer is always an asset. That being said, often our grants are centered around data and examples and things, and narrative, quite frankly. And I can speak from an example where we've had several folks volunteer to help us and want to help us with the narrative that they just don't live and breathe to the same extent that staff does. So it's very difficult sometimes to translate that. I know in speaking in some of the technical grants that Public Works goes after, there's a lot of data that has to be pulled, whether it's through finance, whether it's through our different software systems, that is a little bit hard to track down. So I don't know if it would make life easier or not, to be honest, when they said, I need this information, go find me this information, that we're gonna end up having to, staff is probably gonna have to dig out anyway. That being said, we do have a number of volunteers in our community who have offered to help us with grants, and we've taken them up on that opportunity as well.
Thank you for that. I just think that if we did like a 1099 independent contractor, paid them on an incentive basis based on how many grants they brought in, that would clear up our town staff to do, what they should be doing, because I know multitasking is always fun. But it takes a lot of work to put them together. It takes a lot of work to follow through. And again, with all the things going on in Fountain Hills, it just seems like something to consider. And in the Fountain Hills Times, May 17, 2022, I did a letter to the editor proposing this very same thing. So if anybody wants to look it up, I'm on record. I just think it'd be a wonderful idea to get a professional grant writer.
Madam Mayor, one of the concerns I have, and this is something that I've dealt with in local government before, is that we'll apply for a grant and they'll offer us a grant and they'll give us, let's say, $400,000 in funding. And we go ahead and do the project, and they have some hooks, they have some requirements in there that add to the cost of the project. They might cost us $350,000 more in construction to do it, so the grant was almost a wash, right? And we had the additional headache of hoops to jump through, reporting, staff time. In the end, we may not have been ahead. So that's a concern that I have. I also want to make a point that we've had some fabulous grants. I mean, I think of like the sidewalk fill and stuff like that. Without, there was no, having us approve it wasn't a bad thing. We still got the grants. We still have great upkeep. We had some great things that helped their bottom line with council approval instead of, basically cutting council out. So since the manager's name was used in debate and public comment, I'm curious of what your thoughts are in rebuttal to the public comment about, maybe this still should come before the council.
I appreciate that opportunity, actually. Thank you. And I think this is a really dynamic conversation for this body, because originally grants weren't brought before here, and there was a concern that we were overcommitting, that maybe we didn't have the resources to match whatever it was we were going after, or that there were these sort of caveats built in that we weren't necessarily catching. And that's why we've brought them as a permission-based policy up to now. We bring them forward, we say that we'd like to apply, these are the stipulations, this is what we'd like to do. And generally speaking, council gives the authority to say, please go ahead and do so. And generally, when we have good news, we bring it back and say, hey, guess what, we got it. Here's what we got, here's what we said, and a reminder of what happened. But it does happen where we don't get them. Unfortunately, that's just the way of the world. We don't always get every grant we go after. So it kind of leaves it hanging a little bit, so that council doesn't necessarily know that there's the closure in that process that says, hey, yeah, we applied, we didn't get it, bummer. But sometimes what we are finding, and I'm going to speak for Justin, and I want to appreciate Kim's comments, thank you, is that when we do apply for grants, it's not on a sort of shotgun approach. We don't just throw out everything and see what we get. It is a very thoughtful process in that we understand there's a trade-off. We've got to do the work to put it out there to see if we can get it. So we're not going to go after grants that are problematic, or that we will have that we run the risk of returning. We have had one instance that I know of where we had to say, we applied for a grant and we had to say no. And you know what? It is a terrible situation when you have to do that, when you have to give something back. Thankfully, it wasn't our fault, so to speak. It was a change in circumstances, and they certainly understood that. But we never want to get in a position where we have to say, you know what, we thought it was a great idea, we changed our mind. To that end, staff is pretty skilled at vetting them, at making sure that if we're going to put our name on there and go after a grant, we feel successful in that we can support the elements, whether it be financial or whether it be other stipulations within those requirements. That being said, it doesn't cut council out. The idea would be if we apply for a grant and we receive it, it would need to come back before this body for final approval and direction. So there is no point, at no point would we proceed without any type of discussion at this level. So I just want to make that clear. To Justin's point and to the point of the staff, we do have a number of grants that come due. Generally, they happen to come out oftentimes at the end of a fiscal year because there's leftover funding, and sometimes it means we're slamming a grant together at the end of June, beginning of July to take advantage of that, and that is when our council break is. So that tends to be some of that, not always, and sometimes we just aren't aware of them, and they come across our desk with a few weeks' notice, and it's not enough time to be before council. So that is some of the reality of why this ask is before you tonight. I hope that answers your questions.
I'd just like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilwoman?
Yes, clarification, please. What you're doing is you're asking for us that when you apply for grants, you can go ahead and apply for them to save the time, and like Rachel said, apply for them in a timely manner so that you can get them. And then when you get them for the project, you always come back before council to okay the project, et cetera. So basically, this is another part of your responsibility, ongoing responsibilities. You just want to be able to do them in a timely manner, correct?
Madam Mayor, council member, that is correct. And with
Thank
all
you.
due respect to the town manager, she runs a tight ship, and we have to have everything in agenda quick, not less than 2 weeks prior. And preparing the documents, and sometimes it can be time-consuming, 7 or 8 hours for a grant per staff member involved in it, and then trying to get that on 2 weeks in advance, if there's only a 3-week window, oftentimes is challenging. So we're just asking for a little leeway.
Thank you. I think we answered your question, right? So, no, we can turn them down if we have to, but we don't do a million of them. Yeah, but we don't do that a lot, obviously. So we have a motion and a second. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Calavillanakis.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedel. Yes. Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grzybowski.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye. Thank you. Thanks,
You're welcome.
Justin.
Thank you.
Next item is kind of similar. Rachel, are you taking this one?
Actually, I'm going to pass this one to our town clerk. This is a conversation that came up through staff, and she has been leading us through this process and understanding what our options are. So with that, I'll turn it over to Linda.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council, staff, and Fountain Hills residents who stayed for my presentation. I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight about a proposal that we believe will make our approval process more efficient. We're asking for your support to amend the town code regarding special event liquor license. We want to modify the current process so that the town clerk will have the designated authority to evaluate and approve these licenses without formal council approval. House Bill 2334 was signed by the governor in 2018, which provides the town council with the ability to assign a designee to evaluate and approve special event liquor licenses. This proposed amendment will not only simplify the procedural aspects, but also alleviate some of the red tape associated with obtaining a recommendation for approval. Currently, the process to place an item on the agenda involves several steps, from coordinating with the clerk for agenda placement to entering staff reports and navigating the approval process. We propose that by adopting the legislative update, we can eliminate unnecessary steps, making the process more efficient and aligned with the evolving norms. I conducted a quick poll through the clerk's listserv and received comments from 20 municipalities. Of those 20, 19 have designated someone, typically the clerk, to provide this approval. I do have a slide if someone could come down and it says special event liquor license, just so you can see the communities that responded to my question. I know that there's more out there, they just haven't responded.
Is it already open?
Yes, right there. Special event liquor license at the top. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so now during the calendar year of 2023, a total of 21 special event liquor license applications were on the agenda for approval by Town Council. Delegating the approval for this license to the clerk will eliminate the need for 21 licenses to be brought forward for council approval. Streamlining the special event process will allow for more timely approval for our applicants. If this requirement was in place in December, the need for a special town council meeting would not have needed to occur. What the process would have been and what it would be today if it's approved, the application would be received by our community services staff. They will review and ensure that it meets the requirements outlined in state statute, that the application is complete, any necessary diagrams are attached, and that the $25 application fee is paid. Once they have concluded that they have everything they need, they will submit the application to me for approval. In conclusion, our request tonight is to enhance the operational efficiency of this process by removing the requirement for the special event liquor license to undergo council approval. We are confident that this amendment will not only simplify our procedures, but also align our practices with the progressive legislative changes made in 2018. Staff recommends that the mayor and town council adopt ordinance 2404, providing the town clerk with designated authority to evaluate and approve special event liquor licenses. This concludes my presentation. I'll entertain any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Do we have any cards on this?
No, but we do have 7 people who provided written statements that they're for this item. And then we had 1 comment card in person from Peggy Yergin that she supports it, so 10 people support and approve of this change.
Thank you. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, your thoughtful presentation. But since you brought it up, the applicant during the Christmas break did file for a late temporary liquor license. And you said if we had this new process in place, we would have had to call a town council meeting together over our Christmas break. So how would that have been handled?
So what would happen is, like Tammy, she presented the application to Ryan in Community Services. He reviewed that application and would ensure that they met all the criteria, and then they would just bring it over to me and I'd sign it. And then it's given back to the applicant, and then they go to the Department of Liquor for the actual license.
Okay, so then I guess we wouldn't have any deadlines then for these temporary liquor licenses, because that one was filed late. And if they're all filed late or maybe a day or 2 behind, it seems like they're just all going to get approved without any regard to our town code that specifies what date they have to be filed by.
No, they still have to comply with the Department of Liquor's guidelines. They can't just show up today and get one tomorrow. That they may get an approval, but they're not going to get a liquor license. And plus, Ryan, and maybe Kevin can speak to this, he gives them a very strict deadline.
Although I can appreciate that, it's still the reason that we were called into council was because there was a deadline that was not honored. And it disturbs me that if we do it this way, then, we just approved it anyway because there's other processes that are going to be observed that are going to be the watchdogs on the one that we didn't do, which was have a timely application get turned in.
Just to speak to this a little bit, one thing as far as speeding up this process is it could make our window tighter to where you could get a liquor license from us quicker, which would enable you to go to the state and actually get your liquor license easier versus having to get it on a council agenda. The other thing that this could do is once we approve of a liquor license, then the town clerk could send out to all of you, so you would all know that a liquor license has been approved, so that you would still be in the loop of knowing what was going on in the town.
Although I can appreciate that, I don't think we're drilling down on my concern, which was our ordinance has time restrictions and deadlines, and they're not going to be observed. And I think that's problematic. And I'll just go back to the Fountain Hills Roasters, when the applicant put in an application 1 day late because of a personal crisis and emergency by his manager. And this council said that there are no exceptions to late filings. So this is the second time we've come back since Fountain Hills Roasters and said there are exceptions to late filings, except for the one that I put on the agenda. That one was a bridge too far. I don't understand it. And so I'm sorry, I'm not with you on this one.
If I remember correctly, it wasn't necessarily that they were late, it was that they didn't realize we were having one meeting in December, or we shifted dates or something. I didn't pull up the calendar to remind myself. But if I remember correctly, so that's why it appears that they were late, but they thought they were in time for a meeting that got canceled or postponed or something, right?
I don't think the state of mind of the applicant is relevant here. Aaron, would the state of mind of the applicant be relevant to a late filing?
Well, no, late is late, right? I mean, mayor and council, to your point, late is late. But again, I do think the distinguishing factor, as don't know who exactly just said it, but the distinguishing factor is, I think, the fact that there was supposed to be a meeting where these would be approved, and we ended up not having that meeting. Is that
Right. It was the
Okay.
January 3rd meeting. And so it's not, I can understand and appreciate thinking that it's late, but technically the event was not until the 12th. So yes, they were probably behind schedule in submitting.
So the policy going forward is if applicants think they're on time, they are deemed to be on time. Is that the policy we're establishing
Can I
here
ask
tonight?
a question? How does this change the timeliness of this? It's just making it so it doesn't come to a council meeting.
Right.
You still have to
Timing
follow
factor's
our
still gonna be the
rules.
same, correct.
Okay.
Right. And I believe Ryan said that he expects 30 days, or I don't recall what his
I don't know what the
timeline.
exact number of days is.
If I can chime in, I'll be happy to clarify a little bit. Generally speaking, the state liquor board requires 30 days in order to issue. Do they amend that? Yes. Can that be faster? Yes. But their general guideline is 30 days. We advise that any applicant to submit an alcohol application very far in advance if they know they want that as part of their event. However, at a minimum, we suggest 6 weeks, so that there's 2 weeks to hit the council date, and then they have 30 days to get it down to the Department of Liquor. That being said, 6 weeks, if you do the math, they can still come in and they could do something potentially the same day. They could bring it in, if it's reviewed, everyone's there, it's given the okay, and they could walk out with it same day. Therefore, they would still have time to get down to liquor board. That being said, we would still encourage 30 days. Is there anything that requires it? No, we don't have that in our requirements right now. That could be built in as part of the event application process. But again, all we are doing as a body is saying, yes, we're okay if the liquor board says it's okay with them. That being said, I have seen them approve things in 7 days. I've seen them approve it in 14 days. And I have seen them tell someone, too bad, we're not approving it. We don't have enough time to do it. So it's a gamble, that to say the least, if they don't give themselves at least 30 days. I hope that answers.
And then my last question, and then I'll let it to another member, is the way we do it now on the consent agenda, it's publicly noticed, it's in our agenda packet, and so the town knows who's applying for a special liquor license. And then we vote on it after we review the applicant to see if there's any past indiscretions, violations. I know Peggy has pointed it out before, that certain candidates for temporary liquor license or permanent ones have a checkered past that we want to avoid giving them liquor licenses towards. So if we do it this way, the new way, would we still have the public process? Or would it be transparent to the citizens of Fountain Hills? Or would it be more secretive and more administrative?
Yeah, it would be an administrative
Right,
action.
administrative. Yes, it's an administrative action.
So no transparency.
Transparency to give a liquor license. I mean, I guess I'm really getting confused here. So what we're doing is saying that the same staff that brings it in front of us for approval, because you've vetted it, nothing is going to stop you from knowing if somebody's a bad actor or whatever. You're still going to do that same thing, and then it goes to the state. So that's what we're doing.
Right, we don't issue the liquor
I just
license. We just
appreciate, yeah.
provide a recommendation of approval or denial.
Also,
It's still up to the state to make that.
Yeah, I just like a public process for when people apply that I don't think we're going to have here.
Also, you're going to do your due diligence, right? And it's on the consent agenda. I don't know that I can recall any time we haven't approved
I'm not aware of
a liquor license on the consent agenda.
Correct.
Right? I don't think this is purposely changing it to be secretive or anything like that. Oh, I appreciate your concerns, but I just don't think that there's anything nefarious or secret about it. I think it's a expedited administrative service, and I don't mean to belittle what the council does and look at them and review them, et cetera. I don't even know if all of us even read them, but I just think it would be it's a ministerial process. You're still going to have the state approve the license. Thank you.
I think that the big thing here is that what we're trying to do is make it better for our residents and our business owners that are doing these temporary liquor licenses so that they can not have to jump through so many hoops to get the same result. I think that we're still going to be doing the same review that we always do, the same recommendations we always do, and the state's still going to have to do their review and approval prior to them getting their liquor license from the state. This just makes it so it's not as hard on the applicants to come in and get it.
Vice Mayor?
If there's concern for public notice or transparency, is there a way, and this is just being creative, so I have no idea if I'm talking legal stuff or not, is there a way to, like on our agenda, it's got the date and that it's council or whatever the commission is, and the documentation where you can click and follow through. Is there a way for us to give Linda the approval? Linda does what she does, and it shows up on the agenda that she has approved it, and that way people can still follow through and see the paperwork for themselves if they choose to do so. Did that make any sense? In my head, it made a lot.
In other words, after an administrative approval process, can we like put them in the agenda or post them online?
Right, yeah, is there a way we could post it online, and that way, if the general public wants to know what has been approved and what the paperwork said, they can actually see it for themselves?
Can you post them online?
Sure. I can't imagine why we would do that, but I guess if people feel that we're trying to be secretive, I wouldn't want people to think that. I'm just thinking that we have the same people apply every year. You know, I trust that they know what they're doing. Yeah. So you're going to cause a little more work. It's the same work that we did before, so we were trying not to do that, but.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do like the idea of posting it. It could be the packet or whatever. But so what I was going to do is offer a motion to approve, but with the condition that it's posted either in the packet or something that staff's okay with.
If I may.
Isn't that defeating the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish here and what the request is by staff? Is it so that we don't have to go through that? So, no, I'm not.
For me, it just added more work for me.
Yeah.
So for me, just let it go the way it was. I mean, I already have enough work as it is. I don't need to add on something that I didn't.
I'd like to amend that motion to.
And if I may. Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Just to express my concerns maybe more clearly, I'm just kind of in the camp of if it's not broke, don't fix it. It's been working. It works well. Just my philosophy towards government is I like it when things go through the legislature and it goes before the people's body. We actually talked about that today earlier, about it going before us and not somebody else. If you look at the administrative state throughout our country, this is exactly what happens, and I know this is a small step, but it's usurping a power that we currently hold and that we currently vote on a consent agenda. and it's delegating that authority to the administrative state. I would call it administrative creep. And I'll be the sole no here, but just on principle, I'm not going to be responsible to be in the legislature and assign my duties to other people that are not held publicly accountable.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt ordinance 2404 as written. Thank you.
Councilwoman Toth, I saw your.
I changed my mind. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second on the floor for ordinance as written. Can I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Councilmember Toth.
No.
Councilmember Fidel. No. Councilmember Skillicorn.
Yes.
Councilmember Kalavianakis.
No.
Vice Mayor Grzybowski.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thanks, Linda. Our next item is talk about pavement management, planning and funding. You probably all looked at the agenda item, and there's a lot of stuff there. But we're trying to limit a little bit what we're trying to do here tonight, because this will be a retreat agenda item on our retreat at the end of the month. So we're not necessarily doing this deep dive. We're just trying to set some overall ideas, things for you to think about before we kind of get into the more particulars of it. Justin.
Madam Mayor, council members, thank you. And as we were having the discussion here and I was listening to it regarding the liquor license, of which I actually sit on the committee that reviews those, I realized that my agenda item wasn't entirely accurate. So the first thing we're going to do tonight is we're going to talk about our most recent investment. This is an update to the funding related to payment that council had approved for this fiscal year and the parts that we've done. On this first slide here, the areas that you see in orange, we were able to complete in November and December. We do have some minor utility adjustments, but we'll do all of those later on when we do the remainder of it. This area right here that's shown in yellow, we just completed this a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to stop on this slide for just a minute. I think it's important to note, and this is good news not only for this community as a whole, but the town manager and I are delighted to share it as well. As part of our due diligence and exploration in regards to pre-incorporation roads that were platted prior to the town, but built after incorporation, there's a little misnomer there and a little disconnect. These roads were platted in the county, but most of them built after. For clarification on that, we did not have to take out 2 feet of material in this area and replace all of that material, which is very costly. Instead, what we did was we took the 2 inches of asphalt off plus 1 inch of select base course and replaced it with 3 inches of asphalt. There is a substantial savings to the town. The total dollar amount for the savings here, and to a lesser extent, the orange area on this slide is not yet known. I'm not going to provide a number tonight because that is the only number that'll be remembered. We will bring you that factual number later on. This right here is going to be starting in the later part of February and is scheduled to be completed in March. I think it's important to note this is an exceptionally long residential street. It's going to have some improvement pain related to it. The good news is we also went out and did some geotechnical work on ourselves and discovered that this also doesn't require total reconstruction, and there will be a substantial savings related to this. Lastly, Panorama is shown here in green. This is going to be the last thing we do with the federal monies and our funding for our general pavement maintenance this year. This one here is going to be a little bit challenging. In the next few weeks, the town engineer and I, along with the street superintendent, will be out there having holes dug for us so we can determine what the base is and determine what type of treatment will take place at that. We anticipate for some of this, based on the estimates, we will have an additional savings here. With that said, the unspent monies from this year will remain in the street fund. It does not become immediately available next fiscal year because we did not request it as part of our budget because the audit for that would not have been done. However, it does not get spent on anything else. It remains there. It will be added to our budget, those unspent funds, year after next, which we also anticipate, based on our history, that we will have some savings there. The reason I'm doing a little bit of simplified math is next year we intend to spend the remainder of the federal funding that we utilized for paving. And then the following year, there will be a little funding left over, amount unknown today, but we'll know some of that in the future. And then that will be added to our typical, on average, $2.1 million. So we're looking at about 2 more years where we can really address some of the needs of this community. After that, we're going to be asking some questions, which leads us into this next little portion right here. Feel free during this time to stop me if you have any questions. Basically, it's just a little refresher on our pavement management program and our best pavement management practices based on our location, our knowledge, and industry standards is the first slide. This is a life cycle that is tailored to the town of Fountain Hills based on its geography, topography, and the historically drier conditions in which the town exists. As a reminder, these are investments that this elected body and other elected bodies have spent. This is from 2010 to 16, some pretty large numbers there. This is 2017 to 24. It's important to note that this includes the federal funding. That's that $4.2 million transfer. There was a question at the last time we presented in regards to timelines related. Should the mayor and council elect to begin having discussions related to bonding? I put this slide in there as just a reminder of the time frames. For the record, there was a little note on the top that said from the town clerk's office, because she did in fact provide this information. With that, we've done our best to provide you over the last several years and including the last 3 presentations, not only staff reports, but professional opinions. And some of those professional opinions are paid for through Roadway Asset Services and the survey they did and the report, the summary that they provided to us. We also had an incredible group of volunteers taking all of that same data and all of the information that they had and also bring forth a proposal. There's a difference in the funding levels on those 2 proposals. The Roadway Asset Services is based on optimization, prioritization. What that means is the dollar amount that we know we're going to have for that budget is put into a computer software system without anything except for the roads that meet our current adopted standard of an average of 70. That doesn't mean everything's 70, but the stuff that's below that, below 70, so maybe into a 65 or so, is pushed to the side because it's not really a priority right now because we're in pretty good shape. But this addresses some of those lower PCIs, which is the Pavement Condition Index. The second one from the volunteers basically does the same thing with a little bit different approach and some different numbers. There's a pretty substantial change in there. Keep in mind that Roadway Asset Services is using our unit prices slightly reduced, but not as low as our invoice prices. And let me clarify that. We entered into an agreement with our paving contractor based on a contract that the city of Scottsdale and/or Chandler approved. In the last 10 years, we have not paid that unit price. We have paid substantially less. However, I'm uncomfortable using any money below that simply because the president of that company that has extended that unit pricing reduction to us at any given time could be unemployed, and there's no guarantee. So I'm putting that out there.
Director, you mentioned PCI, the PCI ratings, and one of actually the motion for tonight, the suggested action for the evening is actually to reinstitute the use of PCI as opposed to the letter grade system. Is that something you could touch on for us?
Absolutely. As part of the current pavement management program we're using, to simplify things, it was recommended that the council adopt a letter grade that references a PCI. So while we don't have any A+ roads per se in our adoption, we do have the letter grades that represent the PCI levels. And there are 3 different criteria there for the PCIs. Primarily are the arterials, which would be a B, if you would. And that's in really good shape. And then the collectors, which would be a B- or a C+. Again, relatively good condition. And then lastly, which are our local streets, which is our lowest letter grade and incidentally, our biggest backlog and our lowest PCI. So a strong recommendation is that we go back to the industry standard and eliminate the letter grade and just go back to pavement condition index, which is the PCI. And it's less challenging for someone like myself or one of the volunteers to explain how one is broken down into the other.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to take the opportunity to mention that a member of the Citizens Committee is here, Jerry Butler, to answer questions. I have a couple of things I'd like to say to set the tone, or at least to get, like we were talking about, getting some discussions or thoughts in your mind before we actually go, oh, we do, okay, well, I'm going to go ahead anyway. First of all, when we talk about PCI, I think I'm all for getting away from the letter grades and going to what everybody agrees is a good way to rate the streets. I think one of the things I want to make clear, at least, and you've confirmed it by talking about the fact that some of the streets we thought were going to be a certain amount, and we were having some substantial savings. And since we still have the CARES money left, that we're not, I know we saw the dates there, but we're not looking at, I don't believe, any kind of bond or any kind of revenue anytime before November 25, because this is the sort of the gift, I guess, we got by these federal monies. It bought us this time to be able to substantially add millions of dollars every year, but it doesn't change the overall end, how we get out from under with the roads that are on that tipping point, as we talked about before. So we have to talk about that. Definitely go to the PCI. The other thing that was one of the differences between the RAS and the committee was how do you use PCI? So if you use an average, and you had mentioned how the arterials, right, the biggest ones, are in pretty good shape. So they tend to skew the number. So your average may look better because Shay's in great shape. You know, you can just figure that out in your brain. So what they had decided might be a good approach would be to say, well, should every street at least be a 65 or a 70? Every street, not the average, because the average can kind of, like I say, skew the judgment of how well we're doing. You can tell the people at large, hey, we're a 70, we're doing great, but their street's a mess. So how do we want to address that? it will be on, like I say, it will be on the retreat agenda. We're going to look at, again, you're going to bring to us what the plans will be for the future and which streets, and having maps and being really clear on what we're trying to do and why and where that'll be and where the financing will come to. One of the other conversations that we've had over, since we had the CARES money, it was like 5 million, extra 5 million. Well, we can't get that much out the door. Well, if we do end up with 8 million or so a year, or you know, whatever we think, you know, if we go with the 40 million or we go with 64 million, we can spend it because you had mentioned we could go out for, you know, something could be a different project. So we have the 5 million, but so we're not tied to that number because that, we need more than that in order to get that backlog where it needs to be. One more thing is just about reclassifying the streets. I don't know if you remember when we changed the zip code, this is the second time I did that, the speed limit on El Pueblo, and we talked about how it was looked at as the same as maybe like King Street, but it didn't have the same speed limit, so we wanted to kind of general, you know, make them align with each other. So I think regardless of what we do, that might be a good exercise for us to see if these streets, and I know that there are certain rules about how they're classified, but there still could be some flexibility in that to say, well, is Golden Eagle, I know we already talked about this, you know, it seems like it would be more of an arterial, but it's a dead end, but is there still a way to look at it that makes sense to us and the people that live here so that we know what's a good strategy for each different street and why? So that, I just wanted to make sure I got that out, and I know we have a speaker card, so go ahead.
Okay, we do. We have 2 speaker cards. First is Barry Wolborski, and on deck is Jerry Butler.
I'm Barry Wolborski, and I'm a resident of Fountain Hills. At the last council meeting, I stated that the Fountain Hills homeowners had no advocate on the town council. However, 3 council members did seem to support the homeowners at the last meeting, and I thank you for that. Now the council is considering a bond issue for somewhere between $40 and $64 million. Bond issues are due to fiscal irresponsibility and are caused by our leaders not having funded reserves for the infrastructure repair and replacement. We all know how the town's residents love to support these bond issues, and we know that now is the worst time for a bond issue due to current interest rates. We also know that 40 to 64 million is a fairly large gap, and that these numbers have changed due to the almost $10 million that the town has spent on the roads in the last 2 years since those numbers came up. But why worry about details when it's so much fun to spend other people's money? If this bond issue works, then the bond issue for the Lake Liner will work too. And when the downtown area traffic study says we need a parking structure, that would be another bond issue. And when the property values drop due to burdensome taxes and the town's revenues drop because of that, the council can just do more bond issues to fund current operations. But the roads won't be a problem anymore because there won't be many people left here to use them. Council elections are this year, and maybe the Fountain Hills homeowners will have some additional advocates on the new council.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having this on the agenda. My name is Jerry Butler, and as the mayor said, I am a member of the Citizens Advisory Council or Committee that looked into this. That committee brought 250 years of experience to the project, to the challenge that this council gave us. We were supposed to be able to do this in 6 months. We started in September of 21, and here we are tonight talking about it really for the first time, and I understand now it's going to go to the retreat, and congratulations. But before I go into too much more, I'd like to reflect backward. I've been here for 25 years. I'm a retired civil engineer. And in the 25 years that I've lived in this town, many of our streets have doubled in age.
They're now 50 years old. When I moved here, the town was relying on the highway user revenue funds that came from the state. And that was primarily to maintain the streets that we have in Fountain Hills. But as the streets aged, it took more than maintenance. It took repairs. It took the things that Justin and his staff are doing today. But we didn't have the money. So the speaker before me said, how did we fall behind? Well, we didn't have the money. And where does this money come from? It comes from highway users. Or it comes from the general public on how they want to maintain and sustain their community. The Citizens Advisory Committee looked at 3 possible sources of revenue. A primary property tax, which has been tried before and failed. You could raise sales taxes, which this council can do all on their own without any support from the community. But that's not going to work. So historically, communities, when they needed more money to fix their investments, they've relied on bonds. And that's what the Citizens Advisory Committee has kind of moved into, is to say, well, then bonds are probably the best solution. How did we come up with 40 million? It's very detailed in the report, and I'm not going to go into it. How did RAS come up with their 64 million? It's in their report, and I'm not going to go into it. But we both used the same prices, the same unit costs that were given to RAS, the Citizens Committee used. The difference is the Citizens Committee based the repairs on PCI numbers alone without regard for the streets that were constructed prior to incorporation. I'm sorry. Okay, I'll try. No, the other speaker only had his 3 minutes, and I will end right now, but thank you very, very much. I wanted this to be a positive comment, not some negatives that I've heard all evening. So thank you, thank you.
Justin, I don't know if you can answer this tonight or not, but I'm wondering, what's the total amount of pre-incorporated roads that need to be repaired in this town? And then, if you can't answer this, you can get me the information. Then I want to know how that's broken up into residential, arterial, and collectors. If you could get me that information at some point, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, council member, so about 60% of the total inventory is platted in Maricopa County. That's pre-incorporation. Of that percentage, about another 10 to 12% is non-local. So the majority of the town's roads are local or residential.
And as he started out tonight, though, by saying if we go strictly by a date, we're finding that those roads, even though they're old, didn't need as much as we thought. So that's, I think, part of that is the crux of why the difference between the 40 and the 64, instead of looking at something that was from 1989, before 1999, and saying, okay, they all are going to need this kind of treatment. And also there's other things like, paving just where the driving is. I mean, we have to be as practical as we can be. So are we going to pave all the way to the ends? Are we going to try to be creative in a way to save so it's not the 64 million? But, yeah.
In reference to that, and if I may, Madam Mayor, let's just pick Kings Tree. Kings Tree is 60 feet wide. When it was platted and designed, it was intended to have 2 lanes in each direction with a center 2-way left turn lane. That was based on a build-out population of 70,000. I'm not sure that the town of Fountain Hills is going to reach 70,000, but I'm also not in a position to say it's not. With that said, other municipal governments with limited funding in regards to those unnecessarily wide roads, they would just concentrate on the travel lanes and the 2-way left turn lane. So that's basically a 12-foot, 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 do whatever is necessary to bring that up to your current subdivision standards. For the remainder, what we'll refer to as the bike lane and or the shoulder or parking lane, an alternative treatment. There are several. The least expensive one is going to be to crack fill it and use a preservative seal. That's basically rejuvenates the asphalt and fills the cracks. The next one is to crack fill it and use a type 2 polymer. So that is an actual coating that has full fractured aggregate or small rocks in it, angular rocks. The next one, which is, we refer to it as an edge mill, and let me explain that. We come in with a grinder and grind down right next to the curb and then taper that grind towards the travel lane and put down a chip seal with a cape. As a reference, the council approved a chip seal with a cape on Chama as a pilot program. We have learned an incredible amount of valuable lessons there. We had an opportunity, and when I say we, collectively, the town staff, part of Chama was platted pre-incorporation, but built after incorporation to the subdivision standards, and part of it was not. So the second part of it was in relatively rough condition. We did not apply a lot of treatment to that. We simply coated it and put a cape on it. For the first few days, it looked amazing. Looked like a brand new road until you got a little bit closer and it was a little wobbly. As time has gone on, it has held out incredibly well. However, those little voids and what we refer to as gatoring, that's a bunch, hundreds and thousands of pieces of asphalt, 4 or 5 inches in diameter. They're starting to reveal themselves. However, on the newer portion that was built post-incorporation, I think some crack filling would have really made a big difference in that. And that one, in regards to maintenance, is probably moved out beyond the 9 or 10 year mark, because that treatment is going to work really, really well. Another example is El Lago between Fountain Hills Boulevard and Palisades. Again, we came before the council, we asked for permission for an alternative to the most expensive, which is total reconstruction and repaving. And that one, our approach was, we had several areas in the travel lanes that were in bad condition. We milled those out, replaced them. We had some of the intersections where you have a lot of turning movement from commercial vehicles, be that refuse or possibly the school or materials being delivered for a new home that's being constructed. In those intersections, you have some other issues that have to be addressed. We did so. We also crack fill it, and then we added a type 2 polymer. And the end result is El Lago still looks really, really good. Are we having some minor issues with it? Absolutely. We refer to it as reflective cracking. That's when the existing cracking starts to show through your new treatment. Not uncommon. So there are alternatives that still allows for the mayor and council to do the best they can with the funding they have while they're trying to plan for the future in regards to some of the treatments that I just described. The bottom line is, it's one of the largest, if not the largest asset that belongs to this community, and it simply has not had funding for the longest time that was adequate enough to keep up with the maintenance. Prior to coming to this elected body, I have done an incredible amount of reading, and one of the primary reasons for incorporation was roads.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director, would you mind going back to the display? Excuse me, there was a Excel with, the 17 to 24, and I was going to ask the 24 here, this number here. I know we don't have numbers for what we've been working on this year, and I was going to ask when we're going to have the numbers for this year, that the road work that we've done this year, the total amounts. Do you have an estimate when we're going to have that number?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember, I'll return to the mayor and council probably in the last meeting in May or early meeting in June. that by that time, we would have completed everything that was on the list, and any minor issues related to that would be resolved in final invoicing completing.
Okay, and this is a good chart to take a look at. Another question I have is, if we go ahead with this recommended motion of going to PCI, how does that help us and help you, help the residents, and prioritize the streets that are more in need? Could you go through that? Please explain that a little more for us.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember, so what we're doing is we're simplifying it. Anyone in this audience or watching on TV or listening, and they're curious, whenever they would go and look to see what their road may or may not be through a letter grade, it's gonna come up 0. The only thing you're gonna get when you use any one of your search engines is Town of Fountain Hills adopts letter grade, with an explanation from myself in there about how we arrived at that. If they look at one of our charts after they hear me say the average PCI for this section of the road is less than 45, they can then go and look at that. And that also allows the council members and the residents to be able to compare. Because not only is it gonna tell you or give you the definitions of a 45 PCI, but it's going to include cracks, whether you got longitudinal cracks, whether you got graders, or whether it's block. So there's some descriptions in there that help them better understand why they may or may not have a higher or lower PCI rating based on those conditions. And it's basically the industry standard.
Madam Mayor, Director, so maybe I'll just rephrase a little bit. So I completely get, we've got a low traffic road that's at a 48, right? And there's an adjacent higher traffic road that flows into that, right? This might be at a 52. That 52 could very well be a much higher priority. So how do we gauge that, and how does that work with the score, and how do we communicate that to the residents?
So there's a couple of questions there, and let's first discuss priorities. So the priorities are arterials, collectors, and then lastly locals. And the locals are the majority. So that is the residential streets. In regards to conveying it to a resident that has a question, the local roads as a whole are going to, at least outside of the gated communities, are going to have a much lower PCI rating right now, because that's our biggest backlog. The road adjacent to that, and now we're gonna get a little bit more complicated into subcategory classifications. A minor collector might be feeding that local road, and that PCI might be in the mid-50s for a section of it, or above 65 or 70 for another section. And so you can simply just explain that the PCI equates to the level of service. What do you want your road to ride like when you drive on it, and or walk on it, or cycle on it? Do you want it to be a 60 or a 70 or a 40 or a 50? The only one that has anything higher, by the way, is Paradise Valley.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Yeah, you said something that really intrigued me. And when I first moved to Fountain Hills, I noticed that some of the roads were just unusually wide. And then you said there's a 60-foot road that we could repair the 2 driving lanes, which, if my calculations are right, that'd be like 20 feet. And then there'd be 20 feet on each side that would not be repaired.
So, Madam Mayor, Council Member, what we would propose is the travel lanes, which are 12 feet wide each.
12 feet, okay.
And then a 2-way left turn is a 12-footer.
Okay.
So 3 12s, and the remainder of that would not receive the same treatment.
Okay, and that would just be designated like parking in a bike lane?
Yes, that is correct. It would be, when we restriped it,
Yeah.
which we've recently done, El Lago, I could go down a long list, where we've actually created a bike lane and a shoulder. That's what we would do there. We would have an 8-foot shoulder and a 5-foot bike lane, or an 8-foot shoulder and a 4-foot bike lane. I could go through any number of quantifying the width on the shoulder and the bike lane. But the travel lanes and the 2-way left turn is the most critical.
And so like the one that people talk to me a lot about is Palomino. And I think that's a pre-incorporation road. Is that 60 feet, Palomino? I know that's another real wide one.
It is, it's 60
Yeah.
feet wide, and
Yeah.
ironically, a small section of it is about 65 PCI, because it was built in the, well, late 90s, early 2000s. But the remainder of it was built because, keep in mind, it's long and wide.
Right.
And so it was built in segments. And so it's not all the same age, but there is a short piece of it that's in relatively good condition because the developer that built those homes redid the road in front of his homes for obvious reasons.
Okay.
So that creates a challenge.
And so last question, and so if we were to redo Palomino, would we retrench the driving lanes and the turning lanes, or would this be pavement laid on top of pre-incorporation roads?
So there's two questions there, council member. One of them is, prior to us going in there, we would go and do our self-exploratory geotechnical on it and make a determination whether or not we needed to go down 18 inches or just go down 3.5 or 4 inches and put new pavement. One of the less expensive alternatives is to concentrate on the travel lanes and the two-way left turn lane.
Mm-hmm.
And I have proposed this, and it's not been well received, in regards to Palomino. When the funding is available, that Palomino needs to be substantially reduced in width. And when that project is underway, add sidewalk. Because the sidewalk would now be going on the flat part of the road as opposed to those steep driveways. Narrowing it is an excellent form of traffic calming, but it also reduces the future cost for maintenance. So theoretically, because that is, and what we'll refer to that is a major collector subclassification. Right. It's a major collector. So it would have a 12-foot travel lane, 2 of them, and a 12-foot two-way left turn lane, a 8-foot shoulder, and a 4-foot bike lane, and then a 4-foot or 5-foot sidewalk included.
Okay. That sounds innovative, creative, and you got my vote.
So since there's really only one action item, really just to change the terminology so that whatever we look, we can find what we're doing here, go from the ABCs to the PCI rating. If somebody wouldn't mind making a motion to do that.
Move to approve that.
Second.
Thank you. Could we please get a roll call?
Yes, Councilmember Toth.
Aye.
Councilmember Friedel. Aye. Councilmember Skillicorn.
Commissioner, explain my vote. I just want to remind people that back last June, I did propose $1.3 million of savings to be applied to roads, and also made a motion to take the additional funds, end-of-year funds, you can almost say surplus, the 4.9, and apply it at the roads. So that would give us a very healthy balance, and if we did it every year, we could pay as we go very easily. And on that, I vote aye.
Councilmember Calavianakis.
Aye.
Councilmember McMahon.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Grisbowski.
Aye.
Mayor Dickey.
Aye. Thank you. More to come. We really appreciate all your work back there, the committee and RAS. It's a complicated issue. Thank you. Our last item is about the League of Cities and Towns and the legislative bulletins that we've gotten and the calls that we've kind of been on the Monday mornings. If anybody wants to kick it off, I'd appreciate it.
I'd like to. Based on the calls we've had, there's been a couple of bills that I think that we need to stand up for. I think that SB 1361 regarding regulation of sober homes would be one that we would like to weigh in on. Also, HB 2518, I think, isn't that the one that prohibits local governments from regulating their housing designs and things like that? So if that is, pardon me, no, that's SB 11. That's right. It's SB 1112. I think we need to vote against because it's too prohibitive for municipalities. And HB 2593, the public records timeframe is unreasonable. And also HB 2325, something about backyard chickens regulation, prohibiting the towns from regulating that. I think that one needs to be voted against as well. You're welcome.
What was the third one you said? Or you said 1361, and which was
I
the
said
other?
1361, 1284, 1361, 4, 1285. Well, no, I didn't say that one yet, sorry. 4, 1361. And the 2518, the municipalities housing needs assessment. I think that was the one that they recommended we
Support.
support. The other one, HB 2325, they're calling it the chicken one, say no to. And HB 2593, the public records prohibitive. And the SB 1112 is prohibitive regarding how we can govern and regulate the home design and restrictions, et cetera.
Good.
Sorry about that.
No, that's good. And the Senate bill that you said is exactly the same as a House bill. It's it's like a
That's 1112.
twin bill. Yeah, it says 2570 and 1112 are both the same. And the one that's really pretty relevant here is 2297, which would make commercial zoning that you'd have to allow residential by right. Like I said, it would make our life easier, but basically it's like no public input, anything. It's just residential mixed use. If it's commercial, it can do that without any rezoning, or it's pretty interesting, that one. So I think we should definitely be against that one. The 2275, which is Aaron, we talked about that one because it's if you have a settlement agreement as a town, if there's something going on, you have a settlement agreement, it imposes reporting and approval requirements on cities. So basically, it would have to go through the governor and JLAC. We'd have to go through Council of House and the Senate in negotiations. So, so if it's something between us and the town and a developer, or the town and a business, or whatever, a resident, we couldn't even make the settlement on our own. We couldn't negotiate the settlement on our own. So that one, I think we would definitely want to oppose. So 2297. Another one that we're for is 2111, which is helpful for the sober living homes also because it gives some tools to DHS to allow them to do more investigations and such. So that would help the cities. So we would support that one too because it helps dive into some of that sober living home, some of those sober living home issues. Just looking real quick if there were any others that had to do with zoning. 2584, that one, residential materials, we couldn't require materials or restricts the ability of cities and towns to set standards. Yeah.
That's SB 1112 as well, I think.
That's a different one. Yeah, this one has to do with like if you live somewhere where there's flooding and you wouldn't be able to be allowed to have, you know, certain culverts or certain requirements, like if you live in Flagstaff and you have fires and stuff. So it takes away any of that local decision-making, which in general is usually what we're not in favor of anyways. So short-term rental ones that are really good that probably won't see the light of day, but 1205 and 2489. They are, Senator Kavanaugh is sponsoring these bills. They were league resolutions. So those would be great. And I know there's a group of people that are upset about a lot of short-term rentals and such. And it would help, like, there'd be distances between them and caps on how many there had to be and that kind of thing. So those are, you know, really want to support those.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's it. And there's a group of people in Fountain Hills really interested in those, and they've been doing a lot of emailing and stuff. So maybe they'll get them to put it on an agenda somewhere. If anybody has any questions about any of them, you know, happy to let you know. We got these big explanations for each of them, but I don't want to go into that all now. So you were writing down, I saw. So can we decide that we want to take those positions as a council? And some of that is going to be, we're too late for the request to speak. So I think we might need to do an email, and if it's a Senate bill, to the Senate President or the Senate, and then or to the caucuses. And if it's a House bill, to the House, because I think some of them have already gotten out of committee. So, you know, you might have to ask a little bit about how to do that.
Okay, I'm good.
Councilman?
Madam Mayor, so a couple of these, like that last one, like I see there's no hearing scheduled for it, and at this time, I don't expect it to get a hearing. The only one that I'd be comfortable adding, I mean, there's a couple of them, like the materials and stuff, I think I've already RTS against it. But the only one I'd really be comfortable doing as a council person would be the sober home regulation. And that one, I don't foresee many changes. I've talked to the sponsor about it. He's not open to a couple other changes, but he didn't write the bills. And it's probably going to move as is.
You don't, well, we're going to probably vote to take a stand on these other bills, so you.
I mean, if you want to put up the number and we'll look at them and vote up or down, that's fine. But we'll put the number on and I would suggest looking it up. Because some of them I know you support, some of you don't support. There's obviously the yes or no matters.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of, I mean, basically, these are the positions of the League of Cities and Towns.
I would just suggest if there's ones that are important to you, we go through the motions on, if it's 2 bills, it's 3 bills, or 10 bills, that's what I would suggest.
But you've been attending the League legislative sessions, right? Mm-hmm. As most of us have. So, for me, I understand what the bills are and what I'm voting for or against, as I said so.
I mean, would you be able to read through what I said, and then we can vote on whether we're going to take those positions?
Sure, between Aaron and I, we can take care of that.
And Peggy.
Start with the easy ones. Sober living homes.
Yes. Before we start, is anybody going to be Googling these so that you have the verbiage in front of you, or do we feel like everyone is pretty comfortable if we kind of give a brief synopsis of each one? Okay. Okay. Yes.
1361, HB 2111.
Yes. So the sober living, the SB 1361, and I'm sorry, what was the partner one?
HB
2111. So those are the two sober living. Those are the twin ones. It sounded like there was support for supporting those two. Yeah. Okay. Great.
We want to do the
HB. I've got support here listed for the HB 2578. No.
Let's continue with doing the short-term rental ones, SB 1205, HB 2489.
Yep.
For support. Sorry, I'm just.
No, that's okay. Yeah, no, that's right. These are kind of the ones that came up. The short-term rental items, the SB 1205 and the HB 2489. Again, those are both the league-supported items. Okay.
What was 2518? Do you know what that was?
2518, I do. And
My notes on that
That's
say
the
municipalities'
housing assessment.
housing needs assessment zoning.
Yes.
GRESS is the name on it.
yes,
And that was a yes, a support.
it is. That's another league-supported one. It removes the requirement that notices pertaining to public hearings on zoning ordinances to be published at least one newspaper, et cetera.
Yeah, that's one that I cannot support. That's not very transparent.
Sorry.
Yeah.
The one that from Gress?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, it eliminates notice requirements. It would just jam through zoning changes so neighbors wouldn't know. I could not support that.
And I think that's the collective position of the council, actually, right?
No, it's,
Okay.
No,
this,
they've-
well,
Sorry.
according to the
on
league,
your feet, I apologize.
there's a compromise that we're going to get behind, 180-day shot clock to rezone with some exceptions. So we had a little bit of issues with that, but then they have discretionary decision-making council, public process, and feel like they could meet the rezoning request. We don't need to take a position on this one necessarily. Because I think that the league was sort of lukewarm on it, but they're supporting it, I think, to be for a compromise. But, so we can take that one off, and that would help what Alan wants too.
Okay, we have the twin bills again, the HB 2570 and the SB 1112. Those are that's.
Yeah,
Yes.
those are the ones that.
Yes, those
No
I have as.
setbacks, no requirements, no
Correct.
HOAs, no nothing, okay.
Agreed.
Okay.
Public records, HB 2593.
I am in support of that bill.
So what do you want to do?
That's the public records one. So,
I don't think Linda would like that one very much.
I'd be opposed.
Yeah, we can still keep that one on, because I think that. It has punitive parts to it if we don't get public records out within 5 days of a request, of acknowledgement that it was received and when it will be fulfilled. We all know that there's times where we have quite a few, so I don't think, yeah, the league is opposed to that as well. 2593.
correct. We have the aforementioned chicken item, HB 2325, which allows backyard chickens in.
And I am in support of that.
In case anybody was wondering, it's a half acre. You're allowed 6 chickens, according to this bill.
Well, but, yeah, I think they were allowing, that. I think that was the only problem that the league had with it, was the small size of the lot. So I'm not really that against that one, so, but it's up to you guys if you want to.
I believe there's people in town that would like chickens. So,
I'm
I
also
actually-
in support of the
I
chicken
actually know
bill.
of scofflaws.
I do know that there are people in town that would support chickens, but I think a half acre is too small.
That's the only problem. The bill, we may be able to support it.
And,
at some
and Madam, on that half acre size, it's actually pretty much a nationwide standard, but most states allow them on half an acre or less.
I'm not willing to fry an egg on this.
Let's
That
take that
very well could
out.
happen.
Team split,
If we
so
take that
will-
out, are we going to get your support on some of these? Take the chickens out?
From any regulation of it.
I think I think this bill's going to be amended, and that'll be fine. But whatever you want to do, I don't know.
We have the 2297, which is the adaptive reuse.
The commercial? 22 what?
97, yes, the commercial one. The adaptive reuse for commercial
Yeah,
buildings.
I'm opposed. I'm very opposed.
After everything we've been through.
We have the 2275, which is the settlement agreement.
Oh, yeah, no.
So I actually like the idea of this. Settlement agreements, these consent decrees are causing taxpayer money to go fly out the window to the federal government and courts and such. And it would save taxpayers a lot of money to say no to some of these consent decrees. And there's a battle in Scottsdale and Phoenix right now over consent decree. And that's what this is about. This is probably the state putting its nose in the business. But it would pull back it would actually give the state and locals more power and actually take some power back from the federal government.
Aaron, earlier you said something about, not confidentiality, but, when you're talking to somebody and you're doing the legal work. and-
Attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you said that this would breach that, because if we had something that we were working out with a developer, then we'd have to tell the JLAC, the governor's office, and the counsel of the House and the
Yeah.
Senate of any negotiations that we were doing.
If you're ever a part of settlement negotiations, this throws such huge wrenches into those negotiations. You can't settle stuff between the insurer and the insured without interjection from the legislative process. You have privilege issues. You have autonomy of settling basically any case that's of any significant dollar value without there being a whole extraneous process. So I mean, from the attorney's position, which is just my legal view, policy positions aside, I totally disfavor the idea. Building materials, last one.
Was that 2584?
Yeah.
The building materials. Okay, I think that gets us through them all.
I think most of us are good with that, and, you know, obviously, things will change by the minute, and we'll see. Okay? All right. Next is our discussion direction. So we had some folks speak, looking at our substantive, it was our ordinance. The coalition was asking us to look at some stuff. They sound like they had some things specific in mind, so we might want to see what they were talking about.
We can certainly circle back with them.
Awesome. And then we were asked to look again at our ethics, and I think as far as the whole rules and procedure, there are things that we were going to look at, so I think we just add that to the list, please. And then anything else from the public or anything that we need to circle back on? So our last item is the future agenda items. Councilman?
And Mayor, I've got a couple. One, we received some emails from a resident about something acknowledging Pluto. I don't want to spend lots of time on this, but I think that someone more create the former planet Pluto. I saw a look of confusion there. Well, yeah, not the dog, yeah. Since that was discovered, you know, by the Flagstaff Observatory, we have a dark sky center. I wonder if someone more creative than me would come up with an idea like of naming the parking lot after Pluto or something fun like that, but maybe staff could bump it around, and then we could spend just a few minutes talking about the retreat. Something also at the retreat, I'd love to talk about a commercial kitchen in the community center. And then also, hopefully before the retreat, I'd like to amend our DEI policy for the town. Exactly.
So just to clarify, are you looking to propose one, or
Yes,
you'd like us to propose one?
Yeah, I've got ideal language that I'd like to propose.
Okay, is that something you're willing to share so that we can get an item together?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
If he needs a second, I second all of those. Justice for Pluto.
Maybe she's the creative one that could think of our tribute. I'm on it.
Let's see. Okay, the commercial kitchen thing, I don't know that that's a discussion that has to be on an agenda, but, you know, we'll
I
talk
think you
about
mentioned
it.
having it at the retreat.
Oh,
I think that would be a good place for it.
That's totally fine.
So I don't think that we're ready to provide direction, but have it, see what consensus is, see what our vision is.
you mean
and
like
then
as a
provide
capital improvement item for the retreat?
But there's been talk about that for a while, but what does it look like, what is it, you know, I think we need to specify that, because I think there's a vision we can come together and create, and then ask staff to make it happen.
Noted, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else for the good of the order? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.